Hello everyone, welcome to the day 2 of XNFY Conference. We received so much feedback and so much attention yesterday after our first day. So we hope that you're going to stay online for 2 more days because we have so much more exciting stuff coming up. My name is Olesja Hännikainen. I'm one of the founders of XNFY, and these are the co-founders, Krista.
Hello.
And Joe.
Hello.
Maybe a quick reminder, you did check the program, right? So in the end of the day, we're going to have VR showroom on Altspace VR. So please remember to download Altspace VR, and the code is announced. The showroom is going to open at 5 o'clock Finnish time. Before that, of course, we have lots of other things happening today.
Yes, we have topics such as AI for fashion, gaming for fashion, user experience for extended reality, and much more. Also, if you have feedback, if you have questions for the speakers, please send us an email at info@extherial.com.
Thank you, Joe. And let me introduce the first speakers of the day. Today, we are going to hear Kadine James and Ivan Svanberg. Kadine James is creative technology at Yahoo and CEO and founder of the Immersive, which is an extended reality studio and platform for digital artists, creatives, and technologists from all around the globe. Kadine is collaborating with international studios, galleries, leading XR artists, architects, and designers, and as part of her mission is to educate, connect, and inspire. And Ivan Svanberg is a fashion designer, a recent fashion graduate who explored zero waste pattern cutting and digital technologies for presentation and process. Ivan will have a keynote on future of fashion consumption. Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for the introduction. My name is Ivan Svanberg, and I was going to join you here today with Kadine, but due to some technical issues, I don't think Kadine can be here right now. But I was going to show you a collaboration that we have been working on together. A little bit about myself. I come from a small town in southern Sweden. At first I studied science at gymnasium, but I was not really a scientific person. And I'd always been like drawing and fantasizing worlds and beings and designs in my head. And in 2018 I moved to London to study fashion design and pursue something creative. I worked on zero waste pattern cutting a lot, and in my final year at Ravensbourne I came up with a process to integrate digital design into zero waste pattern cutting and the other way around as well, to help save fabric and make the design process more smooth. And today we are going to show you a collaboration with me and Kadine, where I have designed a bespoke digital collection for Kadine's digital model. So I'm going to show you this film right now. Oh, sorry. I think we have Kadine with us here now. Hello, Kadine. Welcome.
Oh, hi, Ivan. It's lovely to see you. And thank you to Alessia and the wider team for inviting us here today. It's a huge honor to be with you, and we're delighted to be able to participate in this conversation regarding the future of digital fashion. It's been a huge journey for myself, working with the wonderful Ivan, and we're really excited to be able to share the collection with you, and I'll hand over to Ivan, who will be able to walk you through on what we did, working with my avatar and my virtual reflection, Kadine, who's got to wear Ivan's The Other World collection, which I hope you'll all enjoy. Ivan, over to you.
Thank you, Kadine. Can we play the video again, but the sound lower, and I'll talk a little bit about it. So basically what we did is that Kadine has this virtual avatar as a completely realistic rendered model of herself. And she's taking the catwalk in my collection, The Other World, which is inspired by fantasy and virtual worlds and the expression of the organic and lively shapes and colors that I find in those worlds. And together we are literally exploring and creating new pathways and experiences for how you can experience digital fashion. And we're bridging the gaming and Metaverse world with the fashion world through collaboration. And so this film here, I'm the designer of the clothes and the environment, and the avatar was created by Alan Gregorio, who creates digital avatars, and then it's modeled after Kadine. And it also has a song by Rebecca E. Tripp, who is a composer and music remixer, who is also inspired by like digital fantasy worlds and RPG video games. So this song is called FF8 Find Your Way Orchestral Remix. And now I'm just going to talk a little bit about each look. So this is look one. This is called the Ronja jumper look. It has a knit that I designed in real life for my collection, and also used for the digital collection, where it features doodles that I made when I was a kid that were inspired by video games that I played at the time. And it also has names cluttered all over it. It says Ronja at the front, and all the names on it are people that I actually used to play MMORPGs with. People that I met purely in virtual worlds and only had experiences with in the virtual worlds when I was younger, and now I don't know them anymore, and now we've gone separate ways. But obviously the memories are still there, and something you think about sometimes. So that's look one. It's a zero waist cut knitted jumper. That is look two. When I make a digital garment, I tend to think about the digital worlds where I have experienced the best digital fashion in my life and why I like it. And to me, what stood out most in games like Final Fantasy, Ragnarok Online, World of Warcraft, Dragon Nest, MapleStory. Those are a few online games I used to play where you could meet others, and dressing up your own character is a huge deal in those kind of games and worlds. And what stood out to me most there was the bold colors and shapes and worlds that feel like they neither begin or end. It's this nice feeling of openness. It's also this feeling of characters, like every look is a character with its own story. And the digital fashion world to me is very sort of lively and organic. I think this is something that I try to portray with my work. So this look here, I tried a new way of sculpting in Clo3D and played around a bit with gravity, and you can see that her hair is like constantly, it's like completely gravitating towards one side. I did that to give it a more dramatic effect. And then it has a glittery version of a print that I made for my collection. And also these glowing tattoos covering her whole body. And that's from the side. And then also a blue star headband. And this is look 3. So this is a hunter's cap that I worked on in real life and then also made digitally, where it's like a velvet fabric, applique, lined with fur fabric. And it also has like a trouser kind of dress that I've designed within Clo3D, within the digital program. So I don't always start with a design or pattern. Sometimes I'll just design it in the program and drape around with it. And that's how I made this look. That's on the side. Sorry. Now this is a transparent look where I experimented quite a lot with a few different things in Clo3D. So we have a waistband with metallic details, more like smaller motifs that I made. And I'm working a lot with textures and transparency to create something that's only possible in the digital realm. So you see she's missing half of her arm and the abdomen. And I thought that was pretty cool to try and make something that, you know, wouldn't be translated into the real world. And then we have the hairstyle are these metallic plaques with my print on it. And it has like this small thread that goes down, and then it's holding up these smaller metallic parts that sort of float around and move around the body when she walks. And that's connected to the hair, and it sort of becomes the top and the hairstyle. So you can see that with the hair a little bit more there, how it's sort of connected with these tiny threads. Leading into the lower part. And this is look 5. Yeah, this is probably one of my mine and Kadine's favorites. Yeah, when I made this digitally, I was like super happy, and she was like, "Yeah, you need to make this in real life too, Ivan." And this is a heavy silk coat, and the inspiration behind this print here is basically, let's see if I can get this wait, let's see. It's basically an observational drawing that I made of a battle against a monster in an old Final Fantasy game. So it's against like a mushroom monster, and I just manipulated the colors. That's from the side, and she's wearing a pair of knitted shorts as well. And this is look 6. So the majority of these looks are zero waste patterns that I experiment with, and then I just make a doodle of the zero waste theory, and I put it into this program, and here I can experiment more with it and how I drape it and how it becomes a garment. So both the previous look with a rose coat and this look with a knitted dress have like a zero waste theory behind them. So that if I were to sorry. So if I were to make them in real life, then they would also be very sustainable. And this is a knit pattern that's inspired by like a virtual world battle where you have like numbers flying, there's magic and lines everywhere, and that kind of stuff where it really inspires me because it's always like these really bright colors, and that's the kind of things I make my prints out of. And on the back we have a half-leg trouser with a motif of a weapon that I drew when I was 7 years old, because I used to draw these fantasy weapons inspired by like video games I used to play at the time. And that's the front. So this is look 7. This is a silk coat, and then she also has like this almost like silk or metallic hat. And this coat pattern is a zero waste pattern that I designed and developed during my final year when studying fashion at Ravensbourne University. And I developed this and tested it digitally first to get the fit right. Then I actually made this in real life in a big wool coat, which was then featured on the hand and lock embroidery competition. And this coat here that we see here, the digital version, is actually the very first edition of that garment. So this is the original coat. And she got like these light magic tattoos. And this is look 8. So this is it's a collaged print. You can see on the back, I've put it up for reference, but also as part of the environment. Something that I explored when studying in my final year as well. Just for research, I would make these collages of fashion and different like objects from different kinds of video games and online worlds throughout different times, like the 1990s and early 2000s. and I would just collage them together to create this new, completely new look. And then I've also used that as a print on this jumper here. And she's wearing tights that have drawings that I also made when I was really young. So it's like I'm taking these references and inspiration that I had when I was a kid and linking it to the same thing, but later on, and creating something that sort of merges together with the same kind of research as the foundation, but from completely different times. So we can see on the back there, that's like coordinates for an area in an online world. So I just want to talk a little bit about the process. Most of my time, when I make pieces and garments, I don't think a whole lot about the references or the inspiration. That's just something that's subconsciously in my mind and just like affecting the color combinations that I like and what kind of silhouettes feel right. I'd say it's a very free and smooth process. When I make a digital design, and this is a film that Lorna Inman has made. So she is a virtual reality artist that Kadine connected me to, and she creates bespoke hand-painted VR experiences. And she actually put our collection in this virtual world called the Forlorn Park. So we're just going to show this film right here now. And I do believe there's music as well on it. Let's see. Yeah, I just really love those images here, and it's kind of reminiscent of my base inspiration. Like I feel there could be a whole world in this kind of style, a metaverse or video game world with this type of style or graphic, and that I like to imagine that she's just like a playable character in that world. And the organic and light-hearted colors of my work blend very nicely with this type of stylized environment. So Kadine, do you want to talk just a little bit about how the experience has been for you, modeling the collection and just like working together on the collaboration?
Hi, Ivan. Thank you so much for sharing the collection and our collaboration today, and also to Alyssa and the team. I don't know how much time we've got left. I think we might have overrun, so I hope that I hope everybody's enjoyed hearing about the Other World collection. And again, huge thank you to Alyssa and the team for inviting us to come in and talk about the collaboration that Ivan and I have been working on this year. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. It's been a real honor and pleasure to be able to present on XTHEREAL. Thank you so much.
stay just 1 minute online. We have 1 or 2 questions to ask. First one goes to Ivan, that you recently graduated from fashion schools, right? Did you directly go to digital fashion, or did you take lessons from the traditional side as well?
So basically, because of the pandemic, digital fashion started becoming more well-known, and our university, Ravensbourne, actually started teaching that during my final year, and it was just something that, like, use it if you want to, but I saw quite a lot of potential in it in terms of the process, and then I was also quite excited about, like, the result I would get, and I was like, wait, this can actually be used in the digital world. And I love, you know, the digital worlds, because I spend a lot of time in there. I'm a video game addict and like to dress up my characters in those kind of games. And so I take lessons from traditional pattern cutting, but use the digital to enhance on the process. And it's just like I work in both, and there's aspects of both.
Design aesthetic, did it change anyhow now that you switched into digital design? Or let's put it this way, do you produce mirror images of physical fashion and digital fashion?
I do not produce mirror images directly, because there's like details that are very difficult or impossible to translate into one or the other. So what I can do is be inspired by one and create something in the other reality. It's the virtual world or the real world. But I wouldn't say my aesthetic has changed, rather that digital design has given me the tools to express my aesthetic even more and just like be myself more, to get my ideas out there more easily.
Kadine, a question to you. Please tell us more about the immersive kind. What do you do? What types of projects you have?
Oh, hi, Alessa, and thank you so much again for putting this conference together and for bringing the fashion community and designers together from all over the world. You guys have done an outstanding job, and again, really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. The sorts of projects that I get involved with, the Immersive Kind Collective, is in my capacity as the founder of the Immersive Kind Studio, which is a collective which brings together fashion designers, creative technologists, digital designers, digital artists that are all exploring Web3 and using 21st century technology in their 21st century design or art practice. So I set up the Immersive Kind Collective maybe 5 or 6 years ago now. And we really are a community of artists and designers that are really thinking about the way that we can use technology to explore fashion, to explore art. And the studio is an ecosystem that fosters new ideas around creativity and design and digital tools that can be applied when creating digital fashion. So I've been very fortunate to get to work with some amazing artists and designers, including Ivan, and also, you know, through my work with Ravensbourne University, where I sit on the Tech and Media Advisory Board. I'm also really keen to support and nurture the next generation of artists and digital fashion designers in their career paths into the industry. So yeah, it's been an amazing journey being part of the collective, and really proud to be working with an outstanding talent like Ivan at the very start of his career.
Great, thank you. So I suppose that the different 3D creators watching online can reach out to you and the Immersive Kind Collective. Thank you so much. We have to continue with our agenda. So we say goodbye to you for now. And we move on to our next agenda slot. Krista, please tell us who is going to be speaking next.
Yes, next we are going to have a speaker for Dimensive Studio. Dimension Studio is well known from their outstanding visuals. And today we have Lauren Dyer, who's Director of Strategic Partnership, Dimension Studio. Lauren joined Dimension after having gained experience working with the production and media industries. Whilst working with industry-leading production houses such as The Mill, Mediamonks, Sting Studios, and Dentsu Aegis in a senior new business roles, Lauren helped execute some of the world's first interactive films, as well as facilitate the rise of social media content, producing tailor-made projects for key platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. She's also committed to supporting the drive toward diversity and inclusion. She also champions the work of women in digital and regularly panels and chairs of women in advertising and production events. And today, she's going to speak about 2022, a fashion odyssey, navigating in new era of digital fashion. Please welcome.
Thank you so much for such a kind introduction, and I'm so happy to be here today, and thank you very much for inviting Dimension for this speaking opportunity. We're always excited to be part of these types of events, and specifically surrounding fashion is a huge part of our business at the moment. So yeah, I'm really excited to talk to you guys about that today. So for those who don't know us, Dimension is a new breed of production studio focused on new next generation real-time content creation. Dimension has a huge background and experience in developing XR content for various different verticals, and we specialize specifically in creating virtual humans, the virtual worlds that they live in, and using a mixture of virtual production techniques using real-time engines such as Unreal. We're excited to be here talking to you today about what the metaverse and what all those topics of conversations within fashion that everyone's talking about. And we're really excited about showing you the new possibilities of what's in that space and moving forward. You know, Dimension specifically has been very fortunate to be at the forefront and centre of nurturing lots of powerful storytelling with lots of different evolving techniques, specifically aimed at fashion and retail, creating better sustainable experiences and helping those brands define and populate their new metaverse story. Moving from physical to virtual has opened up a huge opportunity within fashion and retail. Obviously, we know that the pandemic has expedited this, and without the constraints of geography and physics, there's been very little limits to creativity, specifically within the fashion area. And hopefully this presentation today will give you a bit more of a demonstration about what's exciting for us specifically, and meta-humans and virtual humans and the worlds that they live in. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to give you a few more insights to things that you might not have realised before. So before I jump into 2022, 2021 has been memorable for lots of different reasons. There's been a huge change in the industry, and that adoption of technology and the adoption of new ways of interacting with consumers and bringing communities together has been a really central part to this year's centralized talking around virtual humans. Virtual humans, as we know, is accelerated content that connects people together and offers a really distinct and interesting experience to how people are interacting with brands, and hopefully bringing them closer to those brands. And Dimension has been very fortunate to work with a host of a variety of brands, within sports and celebrities and art, but also at the core of that, a lot of fashion and work within that vertical. So yeah, this year I think the rise of digital humans or virtual humans has been a topic of conversation, just because now people are looking at ways of interacting with their consumers in a new way. We've seen with the likes of Epic with their launch of MetaHumans this year, and how that is changing on the front of gaming. We've seen brands like Balenciaga, which I'll talk about a little bit later, that really deep dived into digital humans and really gravitated and grabbed onto it with both hands to take it in a completely original direction. And whether or not that is seeing characters depicted on things like Fortnite, or whether or not that's interactive window displays, or whether or not that's just virtual catwalks and even into NFTs, we're seeing the adoptions of virtual humans really expedited over the last 12 months, and it's a really exciting space to be in. Virtual humans can take on lots of different characteristics, whether or not they are avatar, or whether or not they are volumetric, or whether or not they are CG characters that are created. They can be used in a variety of distribution areas. And I think this is one of the most key and exciting points of the virtual human area, is that they can now be applied readily to lots of different areas, for example, AR and VR. And we're seeing that adoption of technology, and that mass adoption, again, of technology within much more wider audiences that are now more connected with their devices. They are able to purchase VR headsets that are tetherless. If you look at things like Oculus Quest, and even if you look at other headsets that have now been developed that are tetherless, that have cancelled out the motion sickness, those elements of distribution where we're seeing these virtual humans, live and exist now, is much more varied and has a lot more variety to them. We're even seeing them being used in film and episodical content, which is wonderful to see. The really AAA high-end versions of these virtual humans have a place and have a reason for existing, and that's all really exciting for us here at Dimension, and hopefully the community as well. So people are saying, what is the metaverse? What does the virtual fashion have to do with the metaverse? How is this connected? And the convergence of physical and virtual has opened this huge opportunity for fashion and retail. As I've mentioned before, without the constraints of geography and physics, there's no limits to the creativity that's kind of on offer now. And this future success of fashion and retail lies in creating these ever more sustainable products, promotion, and social experiences. We're seeing the advances in visual and mixed reality technologies are offering unparalleled opportunities for fashion brands to conduct their businesses and engage with their audiences in a very unique way. From virtual showcases on digital clothing and catwalk collections, the future of fashion has very much arrived, and it's radically creative and hugely disruptive in the most positive way. Hopefully, as we go further into this deck today, that will demonstrate, our belief that the metaverse is been here for a while, and that there's lots of exciting ways that we can freely access the metaverse, and what that means to brands now, because I think that is the top line question that everyone's asking themselves at the moment is 2022, what does the metaverse mean to us? What does it mean to our audiences? And how can we connect the two together? And fashion, has been at the forefront conversation, I think, of the metaverse over the last 6 to 12 months, because of its exciting nature, and because of being able to witness it in a new way. The ever-changing technology and ebb and flow of fashion kind of are married, and they go hand in hand so well. And we've celebrated lots of Fashion XR first this year. We've seen lots of very exciting new catwalk collections. We've seen ways of brands engaging within gaming mechanics and real-time technologies. So, fashion and the metaverse, and fashion and XR have always had a very good relationship, because they are always at the forefront and always trying to do something new and revolutionary and exciting. And we look at the sad passing of Virgil this week, and people like that are really visionary and truly momentous, because they have a position, to direct consumers and their brands into a direction, into the future direction. And I think virtual fashion, we owe a lot to people like him, and I'm very excited to see the next 12 months and beyond with what fashion is going to bring to these environments. And I think it's because a lot of conversations have changed and progressed and nurtured and matured that, for example, the hardware situations that we've had and we've faced lots of adversity within this area. This year, there's been a huge fueling of advancements of devices and platforms. They've evolved, as I said before, from the expensive, the bulky, the tethered devices and wands and external sensors with completely self-contained and affordable integrated headsets and handsets and hand tracking and all of those things. So the hardware has kind of finally caught up to a lot of ambition and a lot of creativity. The experience, as we know, user experience is really key. We found where lots of people are not being able to go to a retail store or to an event. How do they access that? Those frictionless user experiences have been so necessary for the adoption of improving the everyday. The problems with motion sickness and gestures and all those things have kind of seen the thing of the past, and we're moving forward into a way where people now have a connected part of the experience because they understand how the experience works. Now, whether or not that is a game mechanic, whether or not that is an interactive film, or whether or not that is just a passive experience, the experience all of a sudden has become front and center and is now part of the much wider thought process and campaigns with these brands. And lastly, which is one of the most important things that hasn't been so clear in the digital industry over the last decade, is a clear ROI. We've seen as this market's exiting its infancy, and we're taking these steps into a much more mature environment. The scalable business models in the sense of ROIs are really finally starting to emerge. We've even seen, Facebook, announcing Meta, and producing, the Quest headset and putting a lot of thought and traction into that. That's one of the second biggest revenues for Facebook after their advertising. And they're trying to produce their headsets as fast as they can. They're selling them as quickly as they can be produced. And you look at, the return on investment on these projects, because some of them have been in R&D, because some of them have had a place where perhaps it hasn't been as accessible to people to understand what they're getting to for these experiences when they're costly, or when sometimes the cost can be prohibitive to making a creative idea come together. Finally, there are a lot more time and cost efficiencies that are helping with those ROIs, and that's really exciting to see. One that kind of ticks all those boxes that we were very fortunate to work on was the Balenciaga Age of Tomorrow project. When the fashion world in general was forced online, Balenciaga took the next generation of virtual catwalks to the next level. Being able to make an interactive piece where players could take this journey with Balenciaga and showcasing these beautiful garments and exploring this new world. Balenciaga were very forward thinking to utilize existing technologies like volumetric capture, so which could capture the essence and the fall and the flow of fabric and how it moves. Was revolutionary to see it in this way, and Dimension was very fortunate to be part of that. I think the web-based game that you see here, players are obviously taking on a bit of a journey, which is that great experience that I was just talking about before, and also the ROI. We were able to drive our mobile volumetric studio to Paris in lockdown to shoot 50 models with multiple looks for an experience that was going to be seen globally, not just in one place, or not just a YouTube film, and being able to really be on the cutting edge in a way that volumetric hadn't been used before till that date. We were really excited to be able to be part of this exciting collection. And virtual models, we've seen lots of them over the last 12 to 18 months, and being able to virtualize catwalks has never really been true to form, because for lots of technical reasons. But volumetric in capturing in 360, we're able to give to the user and give to the audience a new way of interacting with those items, and being able to see how they fit around the arms, how they fit around the neck, how they drape along the floor. And volumetric has kind of given that realistic ability, which then also, can be passed into lots of different areas into distribution, like what we've seen with H&M and Simone Rocha, who, congratulations to her last night at the British Fashion Awards, won a wonderful award for a breakthrough as a British fashion designer. We were able to create another layer of interactivity by using volumetric in a way that brings art and fashion in a way for AR. And AR has been hugely successful this year in terms of getting brands and products into people's homes, because it is, very frictionless, low barrier to entry, and people are able to connect with even web AR now. They don't even need an app. So again, that ability to connect with the experience and see everything in all its glory, a lot of ways which weren't possible before. This is a beautiful lookbook that was given out to press, where each garment was shot with our models volumetrically and then applied into an AR experience, which our friends at Unit 9 developed. And this type of project is really unique, but also I want to be seeing more of it. And the reason being is because of that accessibility and because of that ability to connect with audiences in a fun and unique way, but also again getting those beautiful nuances and details of clothing, which we all know in fashion is really difficult to depict that from a static image, but to have these lovely volumetric assets in situ and done and packaged up in such a unique way, we were really excited to be part of. And I think the experience by scanning QR codes and having these volumetric assets popped up, you really do get that authentic movement. And much like the volumetric pieces that we did for Balenciaga, you're really able to get the detail, the reflections, the drape of the fabric. And that's just really exciting to be able to see that and be able to give that back to the consumers. And I think those two projects for me are highlights, because they helped push the conversation forward. And I think that's been our biggest problem as an industry, as a collective, as a community, is getting the wider audiences involved, and that mass participation, and what that means to the brands, and what that means to the users to be part of a journey that's also, you can sit down with someone else, whether or not that's a colleague or whether or not that's a friend or your partner, and be able to collectively engage in an experience that doesn't require too much of you, but still, deserves your attention. And I think, the conversation leads to what's next. And, we've seen a lot this year that's hopefully going to frame next year's conversations. And I'm hoping that, by creating avatars, and by creating volumetric characters, and by creating even fantasy characters, we're going to have the ability to, put these assets in a world that people are going to really connect with, and have that ability to connect with audiences and to connect with friends and family in a unique way. So I kind of frame next year as creating content that's more diverse, more accessible, more exciting, inclusive of the metaverse. And I think the true exception to this year was that I think everything that's come this year is framing the conversation for next year. And that happens a lot within fashion, and it happens a lot within technology. Again, you see a lot of similarities there. But, you know, we're going to see a lot more virtual catwalks. You know, virtual mixed reality has enabled brands to connect with audiences like never before. And whilst brands endeavour to be ever more creative, VR has been unbound by the laws of geography and physics. And we're uniquely creative and showing those wonderful fashion shows. And they're coming, and we're seeing them. And they're you know, in lots of different places, online, on mobile, in real life. You know, the blending of physical and digital, having real world models and having real time assets, you know, be interactive in the same environment. And we're entering this age of kind of virtual celebrities and digital supermodels and virtual influencers. You know, digital humans and avatars have become more believable, their realness, and the lines between, again, that physical and virtual is increasingly blurring. And this has opened up huge, enormous potential and flexibility for brands to create stories in this way. And I hope that we're going to see that, you know, bleed into the in real life category. You know, these physical flagship stores, you know, that connection between community and purchase and bricks and mortar still have a place. You know, don't be fooled by the, you know, the death of the high street. It's just becoming more of an opportunity for brands to create a hub, you know, for consumers to interact with products in real life. But what better way to do it than create a meaningful experience with tech at the same time and really having that marriage. And I haven't really spoken about virtual skins and clothings and NFTs. I've left that to lots of my other wonderful colleagues in the industry. And I know that we've got a few other talks over the next couple of days that have mentioned them in a bit more detail. But, you know, I'm putting it here because it is important, because it has been flagged. I mean, I think it is the dictionary's word of the year for NFTs. You know, we're seeing how digital clothing for our avatars has become big business. But again, having that story, having that reason for existing, you know, we're seeing the Fabricant, you know, create stunning digital clothing and recent collaborations with people. And, you know, things like Fortnite, where it's free to play, but, you know, they probably get around 2 point something billion in revenue. Thanks for players buying skins for their characters. You know, we only have to see the Fabricant's iridescence dress that's sold. You know, we're really seeing that happen. So for you know, to summarize for the end of this presentation, and thank you for bearing with me. Lot to fit in within 20 minutes. But, you know, only half of fashion retailers have adopted mixed reality technologies, but the potential has no bounds. This is a powerful, wonderful moment that I'm hoping that we all embrace, and that we're moving from that physical and virtual space more smoothly, and it's opening that huge relationship between fashion and retail. You know, the future success for fashion and retail is lying in sustainable products. We know that. I haven't touched too much upon that today, but creating these thrilling and social experiences and immersive XR experiences, customers are ready. Shopify has even reported, I think here, doubling its conversions when AR is even used for a product visualization. So therefore, you know, that is a huge sustainable leap that people are making between virtualizing. You even have to look at NFTs as well in terms of that conversation. And, you know, lastly, you know, taking the brand to the fans. You know, Balenciaga's Afterworld is an example of that curated experience that's available to everyone and that is inclusive, and that no one owns it. And it's so much more than just a lookbook, and it's yet available on everyday devices like phones and laptops and in browser. I'm really excited about what that means to us, and I think it is about being creative, and I think it is about working together to build a better community, and putting storytelling at the heart of that will be very, very exciting and a true place for fashion to live. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Hopefully that was interesting, and a good opportunity, to open up the floor to any questions that you might have. If you want to contact me directly, our details are here on the screen. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Lauren. As I said earlier, the visuals are really outstanding.
Thank you.
We know that a lot of XR people, meaning extended reality background people, are following this topic, but there is also people who don't have the background of virtual and augmented reality. So could you please explain volumetric capture and how that differs from the traditional green screen technology? How we can make the storytelling more alive?
Yeah, no, we get that question quite a lot, so it's good to talk to you guys about it. So essentially, volumetric is a way of capturing the volume of a human, which enables us to therefore depict pixel perfect or close to it linear footage of a 360 person. Now that happens in our studio. We've got multiple cameras that sit within a green round, and we partnered with Microsoft Mixed Reality Capture. We've been a partner with Microsoft since the beginning. We were the world's first mixed reality capture partner for them, and our stage here enables us to capture, people in true form and get a really incredible capture quality. So we use around, I think, 110 full motion cameras and 60 integrated high resolution DSLR cameras. We have dynamic lighting, which is able to pick up all the beautiful moments on clothing and how it drapes on the arms, etc. But yeah, it's a really great way of utilizing real life people in a 360 that then they can then distribute across broadcast, AR, MR, VR and LBE, mobile, social, and also the web.
Thank you. Excellent answer.
We would have wanted to keep you, Lauren, online for much more than half an hour. We have so many different questions. First of all, again, super excited that people are talking or understanding right now about 3D, and you're already talking about 4D and volumetric capture. I mean, that's next level. We also had a question. You haven't touched that in your presentation, but it's a question we kind of wanted to ask you earlier about, do you believe in holograms? Have you done any projects with holograms, or do you think that's going to be a trend or a thing?
Yeah, it's again a really common question that we get quite a lot. Holograms are exciting for lots of different ways. We've actually worked on projection holograms that you would have seen on projection mapping at events. We worked with the London Fashion Week with 3 back about a year and a half ago for London Fashion Week, where we volumetrically captured Adewere Boa, obviously amazing model, and she was able to sit live on the catwalk and watch herself walk down the catwalk virtually. And we were able to do that in a way that used volumetric capture, and we were able to projection map it. There's lots of different ways that projects like that can come to life. I think holograms where people imagine Princess Leia on their hands materializing is a little bit far off for mass participation and audience at this stage, but the right conditions and the right environments, holographic projections can absolutely work for that. We've seen it in the past with people like Tupac at Coachella that people use as a reference. That was over 10 years ago now, and we're still not even at that stage where we can get holograms in our hands for the everyday person. Of course, holograms exist. It's just more, I think volumetric can be used in lots of different distribution points, and I think that's the key there, is that the word hologram is quite diverse, but it's all about its distribution and where it's going to sit. So having a hologram in your shop window in retail is definitely possible if it's projected onto a mesh, or if it's projected onto some kind of textured background. You'll be able to see it, and it doesn't matter what angle that you move from, you're going to see it because it was shot volumetrically. So yes, I'd like to see more holograms. Yes, I'd like to have that Princess Leia moment for real for the masses one day. Maybe not next year, but maybe one day.
Thank you again for an excellent answer. We just want to a few more questions, if you may.
Of course.
You talk a lot about virtual humans and how people engage with virtual humans. And what, in your opinion, why do people engage with virtual humans even more than what real humans? Is it the storytelling magic, or what do you think?
Again, interesting question. I think we're in a place right now where physical and digital is really converged more than ever, and I think there's a lot to be said for the pandemic answer to this, and there's a lot to be said for where we are and where we're moving to, as a community, as a digital first community. I think the pandemic answer to that, the reason why people engage with physical and digital humans differently, was that perhaps they were in a place where they wanted that interaction. And actually the digital human element of it, excited them in a way because they weren't seeing many humans. And actually that was a really lovely way of engaging with brands in a unique way. There's also the other part of it, meeting your heroes, or celebrities, has always been quite a high profile thing to do, that you wouldn't really get much opportunity to be close, enough to have someone like Madonna or, Adwa in your living room. But you were able to do that recently with, again, that expediting of technologies like mobile, AR ready handsets that can put that person in your living room. And I think, that's been a really exciting part, and a magical quality and a magical moment of, again, good storytelling, good narrative, good creative, that brings people together. And also there is an element of, we've all created characters on game engines for decades now. Even I look back on the Wii from like 15 years ago, where you create your little avatar character for the Wii, and now it's kind of like you create your Fortnite character, and it's all in real time, and you can go and hang out with your buddies online. There's always been that element of people wanting to interact with the virtual. I think it's very freeing. I think it allows for creativity from not just the brand, but also from the consumer. So I think there's lots of there's lots of layers to your question. Hopefully I've answered in some part of it, but I think the main part of it is that I think people want to be interacting with humans regardless of whether or not they're digital or whether or not they're real. It's just that element of connection.
Yes, thank you so much. And then also it was really nice to see that you had as one of the trend virtual catwalks listed there. So we, in a previous keynote, we had an example of what a virtual catwalk can be. We're also going to have tomorrow, actually at 5 o'clock Finnish time, we're going to have a virtual fashion show that we've been doing here at XNFY. It's not going to be digital clothes, it's going to be real clothes and real models, but they're just shot against the green screen and then set into different virtual environments. So kind of we've been in awe and very inspired by looking at your different types of projects and how you're doing things, and decided to have a show as well. Maybe a question kind of, first of all, we would like to encourage everybody who is online to follow Dimension Studio in LinkedIn and check out the website and follow everything that
they do.
Yeah, everything that Dimension Studio is doing. Very, very impressive and very amazing stuff. Maybe a question, I don't know if you're allowed to answer this, but how big is Dimension Studio? How many offices do you have? How many teams or people do you have? Where are you situated?
Yeah, so I'm currently actually I'm in the office today, which is a wonderful thing to get back a few times a week and see the team. Dimension Studios is growing. We are very excited to say our doors are very open for talent at the moment as well. You can check out, actually, we've got quite a few jobs listed on LinkedIn. We are made up of lots of different people. As I said before, we're a bit of a new breed production company, so we're not the traditional production company that you might find that's more generic. We are a collection of very talented artists, technologists, producers that kind of happily play together, and R&D, and we make stuff happen. And we're really proud to have our base here in the UK, but we also have roots elsewhere. So we do have 2 offices here in the UK, actual physical offices, not just all our people that work remotely as well. So we have our North of England office in Gateshead, and we have our office down here near Wimbledon in London. And then we also have a collaboration with a studio in Washington called Avatar Dimension, which we part look after with our friends in Washington. So that gives us a US base. And we're also hoping to expand our US offering. We actually have a virtual production studio, hopefully opening up on the West Coast very, very shortly. And then we have our mobile solution, which is great, which we kind of take everywhere on the roads, whether or not we need to go and shoot in Europe, or whether or not we need to go and shoot in, even Japan. We're really fortunate to have our relationship with Nikon and MRMC, and we have our motion truck that allows us to go and shoot volumetrically, which we did for Balenciaga in Paris, as an example. So yeah, we are all around, but we also have a lot of people that work remotely that have never been in the office as well. During the pandemic, that's allowed us to tap into fantastic talent all over the world. So yes, we're here, there, and everywhere. We're probably reaching the 100 mark very soon in terms of the amount of people. So yeah, we're getting quite big.
Sounds brilliant. Thank you so much, Lauren, for this keynote. We are really happy to have had you on the agenda. Enjoy your day, and we have to continue with the rest of the program. Bye.
Likewise. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah. And dear audience, our next topic is going to be going a little bit away from XR, and we are moving towards AI, artificial intelligence. Our next speaker is Orlando Ribas Fernandes, and he is a founder and CEO of Fashable. He's also a founder and CEO of XNFY, which is a joint initiative with Microsoft. It's a shared retail innovation lab where retailers can have a shared team for combining costs or risks of innovation, or innovate together and do joint projects. The Fashable team has developed AI-generated fashion that learns from multiple sources and generates high-definition fashion images that can't pass for real, actually. We'll hear more in the topic called Deep Tech for the Fashion Industry. And yeah, really looking forward to the topics over there. And I think this is posing a little bit of an interesting question. Krista, do you think, because we're so much focusing on creatives and designers, and here we have AI-generated imagery, is that a threat? Over to you, Orlando.
Hello, and thank you for having me in this amazing conference, where we can share with you our disruptive innovation and our vision of our brand new company, Fashable, a deep tech company for the fashion industry. And we are creating crazy technology like this. Can you guess? One of these dresses was created by our AI technology. Yes, we have an AI technology that is able to create new design image of fashion clothes that I believe that is impossible for you to identify any difference of the real ones, right? One small note, this image didn't have any manipulation. It was pure copy and paste from our AI creation and the others from online e-commerce platform. Yes, but the right one was created by our AI technology. And in these ones, can you guess? Sorry, but all of them were created by our Fashable technology. And besides dresses, the Fashable team developed an IP technology to provide designers, brand influencers, marketplace, among others, a powerful AI technology that learns from multiple sources and generates fashion images that can pass for real. We are revolutionizing the digital content creation and building a powerful visual technology to solve real problems and have a positive impact in the fashion industry with applications in different use cases. Our patent pending technology generates new original image that can pass for real. It doesn't copy image or movements. It learns about the subject, in this case, the dresses, and what details can be done in order to generate original content, giving, for example, designers superpowers to create new collection or content before existing. And our technology can also be tailor-made to create unique and original fashion content. Me and my co-founder, Rui Maranhão, our AI wizard, we have both academia, industry, and entrepreneurship experience in different companies and in international projects, always related in innovation and deep tech. And mainly, we have the love of AI and innovation and the goal to create disruptive innovation. During the last year, when Rui was in New York City working at Google, I challenged Rui to join me in this crazy, at the time, to create together this disruptive tech that is now Fashable. But that was only possible with this team that worked with us in this project. So we had 4 PhD AI researchers, more 3 juniors and internships, and of course some university students, where we try to explore new online AI shopping concepts and you build this amazing technology. As you can see, we start without any experts in fashion. So we complement it with our advisor board, where we got inputs from experts with huge background working with brands, industry, and designers. And of course, also our Microsoft experts that are advising us, like Paul, Linda, Chris, and Michele. Our vision since the beginning is to use this powerful technology that we create in order to, through AI, design and generate new and unique fashion image of clothes and other visual content, where we can, besides generating new clothes designs, create simulation and generate models, as you can see. Aligning that with our capability to understand the customer style, preference, and expectation, plus following the trends in the social media or other platforms, we can give the ultimate personalized shopping experience to the customers, where we can almost in real time generate clothes aligning with their style, creating pre-orders before sending to produce. And that will give the brands and designers unique superpowers, since they will have the right tools for the human and AI curation and understand the change on the trends and predict bestsellers. As you can imagine, we can use this technology in multiple use cases and create a new upcycling era. That is one of our ambitions too. We start as a fundamental research, starting our state-of-the-art study, and we start having black and white garments image with a very low resolution and with a lot of imperfections, as you can see. Then we focus in t-shirts, do the similar shape, and try to create those with colors, until we start getting more quality and details and move our focus from fundamental research to applied research, where we achieve amazing results, as you could see. Fashable solves fashion inefficiencies by generating interactive fashion style development, bringing creativity superpowers, reducing waste by more accurate bestsellers prediction and eliminating unsold items, and that will boost also the time to market, ensuring the more accurate inventory and be more sustainable. The brand can also test and validate new styles through e-commerce or social media before sending to production. And our technology can also mitigate the pressure of the design team for content creation, eliminating through that way extra costs. Our AI technology will bring great opportunities for the industry and brands, increasing the brand awareness and get closer to the new clients. Because we have AI that is now a very important trend and need in all the industry, with real application, where the customer will really understand it. Enables more sustainability in the fashion, that is a very important topic today, where together with personalization will create a very important consumer engagement. We recently turned public with Microsoft support our AI generation Fashable, an AI technology that learns from multiple sources and generate high-definition cloth image that can pass for real. That started at XNFY Lab, a joint initiative with Microsoft, and today is Fashable, the first lab spin-off. Since we turned public, we were featured in several publications that show us how interesting the industry and the customer have in our value proposition. And besides that, we start getting interesting from some brands, manufacturers, and influencers to work with us, with a very important leads. And the most impressive was the short period of time to start working together with some of those. Unfortunately, today I cannot share all the brands that we are working or we have leads with. But with some, we are working in order to create capsule collections together where we will feed the inspiration of the design team or getting sales before the clothes exist, minimize the risk and create a great marketing opportunity. Others are related with NFTs, and in some of those examples, we are using success fee business model in order to create zero risk for them. Nevertheless, let me share with you some of our customers and advisors' testimonies. Olborg, aka Juan, is a YouTuber and now have its own brand and start working with us in order to create its merch.
Hello guys, my name is Paulo and I'm a part of a band called Blue Eyes, and since the beginning we've had in mind to create merch with sustainability and in the most innovative way possible. One of our main focuses is to ensure zero waste. We'll never produce more than what we sell. For that, we'll use AI generation fashion from Fashable to ensure the best solutions and uniqueness for our products, giving the final buyer the best experience possible.
Now Marlo Silva, the Director of Research and Development and Incentives at Sonai, is a 5 billion retail group that we are working together with the Sonai fashion brands. So let's see what Marlos have to say about us.
Oh, this is one great area that is being worked in the fashion sector. That's where we see the application of the Fashable technology, helping us to at least understand how can we co-create quickly with our consumers and with market feedback.
Boost the new creation in the fast fashion is a priority. And we are helping Parfois, a woman fashion brand with more than 1,000 stores worldwide. But let's see what Guilherme Macario, Head of Data Science at Parfois, have to say about us.
In order to design new products through image mining, of course, we work in a fast fashion business. We have designers, but it's very difficult to design a lot of articles and different articles every single week. And with this algorithm, we can help them to get inspirations and also to get new ideas through a different kind of inputs. See our competitors, see our historical sales, and then getting an output to them.
And now let's see what some of our advisors from Microsoft, in this case Linda and Chris, they work mainly in fashion. Let's see what they have to say about this.
If we look at the problem we have with the earth and that we really need to become more sustainable and to find new way of not producing clothes that will not sell and no one will use. I really hope that we will use this technology to design clothes that we want, but also to be able to plan the production in a better way, so we don't end up with a lot of waste that we have today.
So that's all those things together, I think, go to this vision of the future of fashion. I think unlocking creativity, making people more creative, different designs that we never even really thought about, going beyond just the physical and all of the sustainability and on-demand and personalization that goes with it. It's an exciting time, actually, I think, for fashion, because all of these things feel like they're starting to come together. And I think you're right in the middle of it with the work that you're doing.
The potential of our technology is huge and can be applicable for different industries and use cases. In fashion, we can grow fast since it's very visual, everyone can understand and use, right? And we can build a powerful brand. And the most important, we are looking to be recognized as the GPT-3 for AI generation of image and videos content for the fashion industry. As you can imagine, our use cases are endless. Some we already shared, others can spark more ideas from you. So we have use cases like this. The capsule collections that are AI-based, limited edition collections, NFTs and Metaverse collections, where the owner can redeem the physical item, inspiration or mood boards, leftovers, upcycling, and sell inventory ideas or creation of new patterns, AI generation models, photos, or social media content, forecast fashion trends and prediction, and what products can be a bestseller, on-demand generation, and of course also 3D in videos, AI visual tool for creators, where we have the human and AI creation, among others in fashion or other areas, where in some of those we are getting the Microsoft support. But let me share with you some use cases that we have with some customers and partners. Starting with Beze Family, let's see how a very traditional textile manufacturer company launched an original e-commerce concept with pre-orders business model in order to minimize the dependencies in other brands and markets, where we are helping them in that journey. Joana Casais, Beze Family Head, will tell us more about this very interesting and inspiring story and how Fashable is helping.
Puzzle Family, born in 2018 in Apulia, grew inside a 35 years old textile factory in premium segment. And that gave us a vast know-how about fashion industry, of course. So we stand out in the fashion retail marketing and market by offering matchy fashion for whole family. And our mission is to create, combining these pieces, is to create happiness and family harmony through attractive pieces that reflect union and fun with environment and social awareness. Our strategy involves a production that we call sustainable. And we take advantage of the leftovers of materials from other companies and create several collections of limited editions. That means less pieces and only produced in a slow fashion system. We search for more and more ways to create the wow factor. And therefore, it makes sense to work with XNFY in order to offer a differentiated service that meets the needs of each client. Our goal with them is to create pieces that are desired by our target customers, but also try to meet the market trends in addition, also to improve the production chain and become more and more sustainable. And most of these steps be made by a software. So what we are talking about, a software can generate clothes images, transform them into production information and molds, and actually generates avatars or models using the clothes, and we can pre-sale them and actually can test the pieces when the customer buys it, giving us advantage in the market, of course, and helping us reducing stocks, losses, and increased investment only when it makes sense.
Vancouver, this year, the new trend is pulled, and that was the Metaverse and NFTs. Huge opportunities in business model are emerging, and Vancouver want to make the difference. Vancouver is a digital fashion platform using NFTs and Metaverse to bring people together with their passion on sports. And Fashable will help them in the content generation. Chris Chehimi, Vancouver founder, will give us more insights about it.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris Chehimi, and I am one of the founders of FanCurve. FanCurve is a digital fashion platform for sports fans that's using the power of blockchain technologies to bring people together around their shared passion for soccer. Digital products, which we've gotten to know through video games in particular, are important to people as a way to show off their fandom, to show their colors, to show the progress that they've made in a video game, to show that they were there at the beginning. And simultaneously, we have this incredible rise of NFTs, of non-fungible tokens that oftentimes serve in very similar ways as we've gotten to know in video games, as well as trading cards. And trading cards in their own right, sports collectibles in general, are experiencing a massive resurgence over the last year and a half. And we think sports will be one of the key drivers of the rise and success of this industry. So what we're ultimately enabling fans to do is to buy and sell these digital soccer jerseys, which fundamentally allows them to showcase, share, and elevate their fandom.
I would like also to introduce you Platformy, a go-to solution for every fashion brand that wants to sell personalized items on demand. We at Fashable are exploring with Platformy some very interesting use cases together. But now let's see what Gonçalo Cruz, co-founder and CEO at Platformy, have to say.
On a very important mission, which is to drastically reduce overproduction and waste in the fashion industry. I'm sure you've heard about this problem and challenge. We really believe that products can be more and more digitized. We really love what we like to call e-fashion. By the way, that's the reason of our name, Platformy, to connect this e-fashion, so this 3D element into the point of sale, and then also working with the supply chain upstream and integrating product, point of sale, and production. Start integrating all of this chain, product, point of sale, and production with really, really big, companies out there. We started with luxury. Some of our initial customers that obviously we still work with are Gucci or Dior, and Orlando and Fashable shared with us an interesting, exercise. So they fed, it's generating automatically different designs. As you can see, it's not just the art that is being generated, it's also the silhouette, the shape of the hoodie. We selected one hoodie, in this case, the one that we see here on the bottom right. And we push this into our platform, doing again the three things that we were just commenting on. And with a practical example, what we've done was we have generated the digital twin, the virtual twin, and essentially we did three things. We did the digital version of that hoodie. We had the interface and the smart data that is needed to inform the point of sale. And we can generate on the fly the tech spec. So let's call it the bill of materials, the information that it's needed to inform the factory on what needs to be produced. And you see here the hoodie. So it has a fairly, realistic, high fidelity look. You can really understand the silhouette of the hoodie. And here we have a great example of, a fairly digitized and optimized way, again, from a new design, how to extrapolate whatever is needed, not only to sell, but also to be producing, to produce those goods.
Now let's explore the fashion design through additive manufacturing. A lot of studies say that 3D will be the future, but the results in the fashion were very unpromising. Until now, yes, Susanna Marques, founder and CEO of Sarki, and its team are working in new techniques and materials that will show you the future of 3D printing, and where we are collaborating in creating amazing use cases together.
I am Susanna Marques from Sarki, and imagine how crazy and cool will be if I'm wearing, for example, a 3D printed shirt like this. So I'm wearing that. We are from Sark, a company that try to make the perfect fusion between fashion and technology. And we create fabrics and subsequently 3D printed apparel and fashion items. And one of our main goals is keep the process essentially digital. We always focusing on sustainability, for example, minimization of waste and materials, the use of recycled materials. And we, from the beginning, we also design thinking about this, the circularity of the product. So we take very, very seriously our commitment to the planet, and that's why we try to recycle our production errors and any waste in the process. And we are also looking for reprocessing alternatives for materials already in circulation to incorporate into our products. We are constantly researching because our critical spirit and the desire for improvement are the main basis of this project. This is a video very cool of our recent achievement. It's 3D printed fur, and it's amazing how thin and closer we are getting from the clothes of the future.
The future is now. This means that you'll be able to get proposals from your AI stylists. Create and edit clothes as you want, with human and AI interaction and creation, since changing the sleeves, colors, or other characteristics. You can see it in different models, or why not in your own body. And you can see the item in 3D. Through that way, you can also create your own NFT and use your asset in the Metaverse. Or you can sell it, where you can create also additional content for the online selling or social media on the Metaverse. In the buyer, that can be also you, can 3D printing with your fit size using additive manufacturing like Sarki in the store near of you. How crazy it will be. But stay tuned, a lot more news soon. Closing, I would like to thank you, the organization, for having me, and to the audience. Hoping that you like the presentation, our take, and all its potential. And be free to reach us if you want to collaborate, explore new use cases, or even if you want to explore a partnership. Looking to explore all our potential with you. Follow us to know more about our new use cases, partnerships, testimonies, and the last news about us. Thank you, and looking to see you soon changing the fashion industry. And follow us in this innovative journey. Thank you, and enjoy this amazing conference. Thanks.
Hello, and we are back at the studio. This time we can't have any questions because the session was recorded. But next, I couldn't be more happier to introduce our next speaker, Begüm, because during this project, she also became our friend. Begüm Doğan is a marketing director of Finland's largest and most successful VR game developer and publisher, VRKiwi by MeKiwi. She has been spreading her marketing magic for plus 10 years. Since 2018, she has been using her powers, her superpowers, to make all VRKiwi games shine. And I have to add on that, she has also used her magic to make XTHEREAL shine. Begüm Doğan will have an exciting keynote about how game makers are shaping the future of fashion and consumer relationship. The topic is Fashion and Gaming Industry. What is Metaverse for fashion and game industries? The stage is yours, Begüm.
Great event, and I am so happy to be here and share my predictions and my observation about metaverse marketing. And also, I am very excited to be part of this event. You are rocking, Olesya and Krista, so rest of the team as well. So now let's start. So this will be our agenda. Basically, first I will start with a small introduction, then we will talk about evolution of immersive technologies, and then we will continue with XR and Metaverse. Then we will dive deep in marketing in Metaverse, fashion and gaming industry. Then I will share my future product predictions with you. So that's me. I am Begüm, and I am marketing director of MeKiwi and our VR studio, VR game studio, VRKiwi. I have so many titles, and one of them is Mother of Kiwis. I was born in 89, 100% human, and I'm semi-virtual thanks to my job. I spent so much time in virtual reality and augmented reality as well. So I'm very passionate about Gothic art and fashion and medieval in general. So this is a nice mixture for me, like being the past and observing the future and being right middle of it. And if you are curious about what is MeKiwi and who is MeKiwi, we are a 30 people strong full stack digital agency. We have founded in 2014 in Oulu, Finland. It's quite far and north as well. We are making tailor-made applications, XR simulations, trainings, and end-to-end XR development services for enterprises. One of the largest XR development teams in Finland belongs to us, and we are the only AR development from the northern Finland. We are interested in mobile and web AR VR solutions for all major headsets that you can imagine, and one of them is, of course, based on Vario XR3. It's an amazing device. And Operation Suentassu, which I will show you later. It's the first mixed reality experience in Finland, recreating winter war scenario with real decommissioned KP31. So it's like a time traveling. It's a great example for museum usage or education purposes. So next. I'm having some problem. Aha, sorry. Yes. So basically, I wanted to show you some examples about what we are doing in B2B side. These are the XR solutions that I want to show you. The first one is Histology XR. Basically, it's a concept that we prepared for the medical students. It's making bioimage analysis with eye and hand tracking thanks to Vario XR3's technology. And another one is the time travel in mixed reality, which is Operatio Suentassu. Can we play the video? Let's check how they do look. I think. Okay, no worries. If you go to our YouTube channel, our channel's name is MeKiwi, and we are having Finnish and English versions of these videos. So enjoy. I will continue. I can't continue. Just a second. Yes, and this is VRKiwi, basically. We are the Finland's largest and most successful VR developer and publisher. We are making our own games, we are marketing our games, and we are porting our games beside giving the same services for other developers out there. So this is taking a bit time. Yeah. So in our own portfolio, we made Cave Digger series. Now the Cave Digger 2 is coming. We published Cave Digger. It's our first VR game in 2018 and ported to more than 10 platforms. And it's reached $1.3 million revenue and more than 30,000 units. And Cave Digger 2 will be the biggest VR production coming from Finland in 2020 Q1. So we are very excited about that. And we have an art experience in VR called Art Pulse. And we are, as I've told you, we are also publishing other developers' games, VR games specifically. So Crystal Raiders VR, VR Pigeons, Time Patrol, Seeking My Shadow, and other games that we are having deals at the moment. And also we are sponsoring Game Development World Championship VR Awards as VRKiwi. So we are very happy to contribute VR gamers and developers growth together. So who is making these games and marketing? So you see our team, we are growing quite fast and we are multinational, quite different. We have different skill sets and that's what makes us special. And now let's talk about Metaverse. What is Metaverse? Why it got this popular all of a sudden? So as I'm 32 years old and I have been witness to mobile phones, then the internet. And now I'm working for like mixed reality solutions related company. So it's quite magical for me to see how it's evolved. So we first started with one room size computers, then they became laptops, then we had the phones, and that phones became something more than phone with cameras and everything. It became more like second computer. And now we mix everything and we are having immersive experiences. But one thing that people usually, just a second, yeah, mixing everything. So there are lots of amazing professionals here can give you technicality of how do these concepts and technologies working. But let's check how actually, what do they mean? So augmented reality is basically, it's real world with digital overlay. You can jump into the current reality and experience and enhance it. And virtual reality is a completely digital environment. Think it as a simulation. So it's fully enclosed synthetic experience with no sense of the real world. So if you are lacking sun, you can always go to a simulation and watch the sunset there and meet with your friends. And mixed reality, basically, augmented reality and VR come together. And it's also can be supported with other technologies. So it's interaction with manipulation with both physical and virtual environments, which will open us so many new doors. So how is all related to Metaverse? Tada! Welcome to Meta. So now this is the buzzword. Everyone is talking about Meta and people are creating some scenarios about it and the keyword search is just like skyrocketed and people are having fears. What is this new thing? How we are going to take our place there? Well, calm down because we've been there already. So in 1992, there was a novel, Snow Crash. It's the first time that Metaverse actually has been pronounced and it's a science fiction based novel. And then we are seeing a game, Second Life, inspired by Snow Crash in 2003. And actually they created their own metaverse. They have their own currency, their own life. And then we have the Roblox in 2006 and then Ready Player One novel in 2011. And now they made a movie about that. I highly recommend you to watch it. And then we had Altspace VR where you can jump into meetings and have a virtual life with your friends. But when it comes to more AR-based solutions, we are seeing first time Pokemon Go is taking over and showing us how you can manipulate real-time world with some elements and gamificated solutions. Then we are seeing in virtual reality, Rec Room comes and actually you can become whoever you want to be in your virtual life. Then VR chat enters, then the Facebook horizon comes, and then the biggest thing, Fortnite comes. So we've been there before. So now let's talk about how we are going to market in Metaverse. I see Metaverse is like a new term of digital marketing. Digital marketing is old-fashioned now. Now we need to talk about Metaverse marketing. So to be able to find your audience, you need to go through with some steps. First of all, if you want to represent your brand in Metaverse, you got to have an innovative mindset. You need to think about the old ways, how do they work, and how you can connect to your current strategy and reach to your target audience that is waiting for you in Metaverse. So digitally immersive retail stores, it could be a hybrid events with social media play and Instagram filter. Basically, what we are experiencing with XTHEREAL is a good example of it, because this event's also supporting Altspace VR, VR in web. And if you go to Instagram, you can try XTHEREAL filters in Instagram. So basically, you need to embrace the innovative mindset. This is a very cute playground for the marketeers like us, because this means that you need to experiment a lot. You need to try different things. And this is something that they don't teach in schools. So it is like another game for me. You are learning by experiencing and trying. Another thing that I want to mention here is the inclusivity. So I will give you an example about that. So P&G's woman razor brand, Venus, created more realistic skin type for avatars in Animal Crossing game, featuring freckles, acne, cellulites, and stretch marks as part of My Skin, My Way inclusive campaign. So now you cannot like separate your target audience or put everything in one basket. You need to think about different communities and try to reach them as well. Another thing that I want to mention is the cross-generation marketing. As we hear Metaverse quite often nowadays, we are also seeing more and more brands are focusing Generation Z, right? Because they are the features decision makers, they are going to have the money, they already started to have money, so everyone is trying to please Generation Z. But if you are an international brand, or just a brand in your own country, your marketing must cater to different generation and their preferences. So don't skip baby boomers, don't skip millennials or Generation X. Try to create content specifically made for these people. As I can give you an example about with this global pandemic, everyone wanted to go back to their comfort zone, right? We wanted to like back in those old days where we didn't have that much of technology, and then we started to have the cottagecore blooming up. Everyone is now dreaming about like a landscape and romantic life in near to a lake and with a wooden house, etc., etc. Because people psychology tends to go back to their comfort zone with the nostalgia to give that like comfort and escape from the real world. So you can play with this theme and reach to each audience with different crafted content. What kind of content, I hear you saying. So now forget about big production. You don't have to have so much money to create big productions. Now we need to focus to snackable content crafted with visual storytelling. Visual storytelling is the keyword here as well. So what does it mean? Studies shown that the average human attention span has fallen from 12 seconds to 8 seconds now. So more and more brands will embrace micro content in their social media. How you can do that is, I think that you can go back to your old videos that you have been produced, and you can recycle them by adding them to different platforms. It could be like TikTok, it could be YouTube Reels, Shorts, and Instagram Reels, and try to recycle them. That will make you get some time, and also you will be active and you will be showing your products still to these people. Another thing is the hybrid events like this XTHEREAL. So think about how you can interconnect different technologies and widen your audience. New channels and communities to discover. You need to start to think about changing your social media strategy to community management, because social media was only based for this as a part of digital marketing. But now we are talking about so many different devices that people can come online and hang out together, right? How you are going to find them, who is having those tools. So it's all lies under the community management. So community management is the new social media management. You need to be active in Facebook groups, you need to have Discord, you need to use traditional methods as well. So everything is come together just like in Metaverse. Moving on. I wish I could move on. Just this. Okay. I click next. I can't click next. Okay, awesome. So now we need to talk about influencer marketing. You see that especially in social media, all these influencers selling different products, getting people to interact with the brand, because as humans, our brain is more focused to human recommendation than brands shouting, hey, we are amazing. We want to trust to real human experience. So whenever we are about to get a decision to buy something, we are checking reviews, right? Because they are more reliable for us than the advertisement. So what are we going to do in Metaverse is, again, combining human and robots to each other. And we are creating virtual influencer marketing. This could look like maybe some, again, science fiction novel, but more and more brands are start to embrace this as well. And this Lil Miquela, this is the one of the biggest virtual influencer. She has 1.6 million followers, and she's very popular. She has friends, her own lifestyle, her own fashion understanding. So let's check what she was doing. So she was part of Samsung 2029 Team Galaxy campaign. She advertised it, and right next to it you see it with Bella Hadid. Can we play the video in the right corner?
Life is about opening doors, creating new dreams you never knew could exist.
So Calvin Klein already utilized virtual influencer marketing to reach their future buyers. Lil Miquela teamed up with real-life supermodel Bella Hadid for a Calvin Klein advert and has been listed within the Times Most Influential People on Internet 2018. So this is not a new thing. Brands are already embracing it. There is no need to be scared or thinking too much about that. Just see how it goes. So is Lil Miquela the only virtual person in influencer marketing? No, there are so many influencers, virtual influencers taking over social media. And you can see, like, this is Imma. She has 70.7K followers. Bermuda has 150K followers. Shadow has 185K followers, and Blavko has 139K followers. These are not real people. These are just created CGIs, and brands are influencers technical wise, because, for example, if you have something that you want to change in the ad, you can just go to they can cut it and edit it, and it will be much faster. So you will be having more control over things. And let's move on with games and fashion industry. Like when you think about fashion, yeah, it sounds a bit serious. When you combine it with games, people are more curious, like how these two industries can benefit from each other. I think we are growing together. So First, we had our avatars when we were playing games. Now we are creating our digital service in Metaverse. So as you've seen in my first page of my presentation, I have different versions of myself that used by my persona. In my business persona, I'm wearing MeKiwi or VRKiwi jacket and or hoodie, and in games I have different clothes in each games that represent me and my preferences, but the corsets and like witch hat and all this jazz. So now games are becoming, with the technology emerging, games are becoming places more than just games. We are meeting there with our friends, we are hanging out, we are having good time. So this is like internet becoming a place where everyone gathers and playing games in different platforms. That could be a VR game, that could be an AR game. There could be even events that has gamified marketing solutions. And also games can help fashion industry to reach their audience all together at once. So you are not missing out any of them. And immersive game technology will lead the way for retail and marketing. More and more companies will get their virtual stores, but virtual stores are not enough by themselves, because human brain wants to achieve something. You need to give them some mysteries to solve, some accomplishments. So it's a great marriage for me, like fashion and games. So we make them kiss. Moving on. So what are you going to do in future? Not even future, starting now. You need to integrate your branding into the games. So luxurious brands already started to create their avatar early as 2018, and now fashion brands are collaborating with games, and luxurious brands now having their signature clothing. For example, Gucci has released digital collection of its signature clothes and goods in Roblox, the game that I have mentioned before. And there is an avatar creator there. So it directly sends you to the app. The customers can test the game, test the clothes with their avatars, and they can buy it. So we are going to come up with a new term. So how brands will sell their clothes. Like branding is okay, visibility is okay, but how we can start to talk about money. So now there is a new model, payment model, business model actually, D2A, direct to avatar. So now you can sell your products to avatar or digital identities that belongs to your clients. D2A brands are being sold in social or competitive virtual environments like games or open worlds where consumers project themselves as an avatar. So this is a new thing that we need to consider. And I gathered some cute videos for you to imagine how these brands were using this gamified marketing solutions for their products or collections. So can we play Balenciaga's Afterworld game for autumn winter 2021 first? Thank you. So There are two engines dominating the industry at the moment. There is Unreal Engine and Unity, which we are also using. Another game that I want to show, it's Co-ed Fashion by Glue Mobile. This is a mobile game for fashion. Can we also show the video, please? Thank you. This is a very early version. And also, I would like to show you the Operatio Suentasu, where we use Vario headset to create a gamified experience for the museums that I couldn't show before. Could we go back to that, the previous ones? I will, just a second. Okay. Then I would like to continue with, we pass this, we pass. Yes. So another thing other than the virtual influencers, the brand and celebrity collaborations. Now the celebrities also understanding where their listeners, where their fans or buyers are located. So now they are creating campaigns and trying to integrate their world and be with them there as well. So now we are looking at what Fortnite creating. Ariana Grande created a concert in the Fortnite Metaverse. 12.3 million people joined, and Travis Scott held a 9-minute concert in Fortnite. 12 million people joined, and he made $20 million from that. So is it possible to show Ariana Grande's video that I added there? It is a very short video. No? Okay, it's fine. So now let's talk about the future prediction. I think that in near future, we are going to see narrative-driven VR role-playing games with new monetization models. This opens a new doors to brands to advertise or for the product placement in that environment. So think about World of Warcraft, or Skyrim, but it's working fabulously, and you can just advertise, be there, and connect with your fans or your audience or sell them products. Another thing is that now luxurious brands will create their own fashion games in Metaverse. So we are seeing again fashion world collaborating with game makers and creating experiences that their audience will love and spend money on it. Another thing I mentioned, the CGI virtual influencer-based marketing campaigns, we are seeing more and more then. And I think one thing that would be wiser, if you have a brand, you should also consider creating your virtual influencer. And future will help marketeers and the brands to spend their money efficiently by targeting their audience via their headset or the technology that they are using. Because currently we cannot target people, for example, in game industry who owns headsets or not. But now, since Oculus giving us the chance to connect our game to Facebook, since they are now together, we are expecting a huge spike in our sales as well. So these were my future predictions. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. We can be friends in LinkedIn, and my name is Begüm Doğan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Begüm. Unfortunately, we don't have the time for questions, but Begüm, you are a marketing professional, and I can almost hear that some are even panicking that there's so many things happening in the metaverse. How do I get started? So can you tell our audience how they can reach you?
You can visit our website if you're looking for more like B2B enterprise related XR solutions. MeKiwi.org. And if you are looking for our games, we are VRKiwi.org, and I'm in LinkedIn. I'm everywhere you can imagine. Just type my name and I will be there. But you can start by reaching us to talk about how we can create a demo for you and how we can move from there. I think it's the easiest and fastest way to explore Metaverse.
Thank you, Begüm. Have the best of the day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. And next, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who's Delz Erinle, who's CEO and Metaverse design lead at the Astra company. Delz and his team at Thrill started building for Metaverse last year after receiving mega grant from Epic Games. In this talk, he will explain the vision for Astra, the challenge to gamify the virtual shopping experience, the importance of personalized avatars, and the concept of fashion gaming as a key way to onboard women into the Metaverse. His topic of today is fashion, gaming, and the Metaverse. Please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick check to make sure this works fine. Good. Hey, everyone. I'm Delz, and CEO and Metaverse design lead at Astra. I'm here to talk to you about a concept we've invented called fashion gaming, which we see as a key way to onboard women and fashion lovers into the Metaverse. So just to jump right into it, our core thesis here is that the Metaverse can reinvent fashion. So there's a new user experience with augmented and virtual reality, allowing us to go past, the e-commerce experience that hasn't changed much since Amazon came online. There's a new direct-to-avatar business model where you sell these garments digitally to people's avatars without the need for physical production. And as a result of, less physical production over time, it leads to an increase in sustainability. We all know like the fashion industry is notorious for, sustainability issues. So we see the Metaverse as the key way to, reinvent the fashion experience. So our first foray into this was, during the lockdown, we started thinking deeply. It was like, what is the Metaverse experience of fashion? What is meta retail? And we were lucky enough to partner with Lone Design Club, this really cool retailer here in London. And so we did the first demo, and I'd like to show a video of our virtual shopping experience. Yeah, so in that video, and I'm not quite sure if everything showed, I hope it did, because the screen didn't seem to change on my side, but what we did was we built a 3D store, and then we modeled the garments, and we placed an e-commerce, click-through after every 3D model. And, what we learned from that process was that, meta retail for meta retail's sake, where you just create like a virtual environment and, you have a store, isn't going to be how we sort of like gamify or reinvent the shopping experience, because it doesn't really solve any core issues in terms of the current user experience for shoppers. So we started thinking deeply about like how we, really well and truly like create a fashion metaverse experience, and really on board like the largest segment left out of the current metaverse discussion, because the way we kind of saw it was that Roblox is for mostly kids, Fortnite is for like young males, let's see, Decentraland is for like crypto nerds, and if 45% of gamers are female, what is this Sims or experience that is high res graphics, personalized avatars, a sort of experience that wasn't just too much of a game, and at the same time wasn't too much of just a gamified experience. It was like bang on in the middle of a game and also an experience with utility. So for us, utility was key, and we started thinking like, what are the benefits we could add to people, like to make sure if I showed this to like my aunt or like a friend, they're actually interested in actually like trying this out, and they didn't see it as too childish or too serious. It was right in the middle. And as a result of that, what we came up with was Astra. And Astra is a game. It's a virtual world in the metaverse where you can play to win luxury fashion. So the whole concept here is, a lot of metaverse projects tend to call themselves metaverses, but we want to call this a virtual world in the metaverse because we all know no one can build a metaverse. So I might have to change that at some point just for marketing, just so we are as valuable as we need to. But in Astra, you can earn an in-game token competing in non-lethal games. So from research, one of the reasons why women didn't play games like Fortnite or like games like Call of Duty or like shooter games was because they found that there was a lot of violence, and also wasn't in general like a lot of incentive, to play a crypto game where you're earning Bitcoin or Ethereum. But when we went around asking people like, would you play a game if you won like a Dior bag, a Prada bag, shoes in real life? They were like, yes, can I sign up today? I want to play this game today. And to slowly onboard them into the metaverse, you can then buy digital fashion NFTs from 3D stores for a personalized avatar with these thrills you've earned from playing the game. So it's a virtual world where gamers can play to wear fashion in real life, built with Unreal Engine and powered by Solana. And we've been lucky enough to receive an Epic Maker grant for this. So I'd like to show a video of our gameplay demo next.
Working prototype for Project Astra. In this game, we have a virtual currency called Thrill. Thrills are used to purchase in-game content such as clothing and accessories. Now that we have collected some Thrill, let's make our way over to the store. Players can cycle through various items to see content that rhymes with their style. For the sake of this demo, I will grab some hair and some footwear. As you can see, I do not have enough Thrills to make that purchase, so let's go and collect some more. The purchase will now work, and the item will be reflected immediately on the avatar. Now for the more competitive side of things. The idea is that players will engage in non-lethal combat using devices we call thrill extractors. In layman's terms, they're just paintball guns. Getting hit by an opposing player's paintball will cause your avatar to drop virtual currency. This makes them prone to being captured. It would also make a mess of your outfit. Capturing enough of these dropped coins will give you, the player, the opportunity to win a real-life prize. Thank you for watching this dev update for Project Astra. We hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, so those are like Luke's, very crisp voice and like background sound very, very like calm. But like what we're trying to explain here is that like, if you've watched Ready Player One, or you've read Snow Crash, gaming is a very important part, but also being present. And one thing about most of the metaverse projects we see is like this idea and importance of a personalized avatar. It's like, you have your personalized avatar and you're like going through this virtual world, not just to play games, but to go shopping, go on events, go to classes. even go on dates. So we see this as a very important way to like, onboard, people who aren't like crypto natives into the metaverse by relating it to real life, real world activities. So, and making it non-lethal, because no one wants their avatar to die. Yeah, so it's a non-lethal experience, no blood, no blood shedding. But it's also very competitive because the tokens in the game are real world. You can exchange that for like back to it's on the Solana blockchain. We can turn that back to like fiat, real world currency. So anytime you get hit, you're actually dropping money that someone else can pick up, and that makes it a very, very competitive experience where you're playing. But then the best part is that like anytime you top up, you have a balance and you pay initially to play. It's not as though you've given us the money. You've simply converted the money from fiat to thrills. And then you can use these thrills to buy like NFTs for your avatar or play a game, try and get your thrills up by like taking them from people. So it's very competitive. And so the opportunity we see here is an opportunity to create a metaverse-based experience that has, realistic avatars, NFT assets, a sustainable blockchain, an in-game token, social games, as well as virtual commerce. In terms of how Astra makes money, so it's all about like creating an in-game economy with fungible and non-fungible tokens. So NFT land has become such a huge thing. I'm sure people watching have like land in Sandbox or Decentraland. We want to approach this from an e-commerce perspective. So one of the key things for us was, trying to solve the issue of size in shopping. So personalized avatars that have the customer's actual measurement data is what will change the game for e-commerce. Now, virtual commerce, when you go into like some of these stores, like, virtual stores, like, you have a virtual world with pictures, and all you have to, it's sort of like cool, but it doesn't really solve any problem. There's no reason why anyone is going to be like, I don't like e-commerce or like my flat 2D experience anymore. I want to shop virtually, until it starts to solve problems for the user. So we think that like when you have an avatar that's based on the customer's measurements, and then you can take this avatar into like a virtual world, and then you buy clothes, 3D clothes, and you can actually see how it looks like, taking the avatar from just this playful thing, this playful representation of someone's identity, to an actual utility that can actually like become the basket of the future. So currently when you have a shopping experience, you throw things into your basket and you only imagine how the outfits will come together. But when you have your avatar as your basket, you slowly see what the fit looks like on your avatar. You can see what the shirt combination with the trousers, you can see what the jewelry, and if you're buying, like, if you want to get dye on your hair, you can actually get like a colored hair, and you see what it looks like before you click buy. And then right in that environment, you can then go for like a clubhouse conversation in 3D. It's like a 3D conversation, and you can see other people's avatars. You can go on dates in the metaverse. You can like, and then someone sees how you're dressed, and in real life, when you pull up to the date, it's actually more of a physical representation of yourself. So we think that personalized avatars are very, very key to the next, to whatever it is that we want to call the metaverse. NFT assets. So another key part of this is, being able to buy NFT assets for your avatar, as well as, physical, buying the physical counterpart to receive in real life. And that part is so key. And there's also protocol profits, which I won't go deep into today. For us, one of the key, most important parts of this is our team. So we're all mostly African. For us, this is a mission-driven, shout out to people like Virgil Abloh, for giving people like us like a chance to dream. Like where we're from, like we don't really get a lot of people who attempt to do stuff like this. And, big shout out to Epic Games for like, backing us with like the mega grants of like 40K. It was a lifesaver because I come from I live in London, and you know it's a very unbullish place where people want to see traction, people want to see everything built, and there's no way you build something like this without without like, you know, all I'm trying to say is that, like, you know, shout out to people out there believing in, like, you know, the possibility of a metaverse and giving people like us a chance, because yeah, I'm so just to say, like, you know, we are dreamers first, then believers second, and you know, from the dreams and, you know, the mission we have when we come together and all the meetings, we're like family now. It's like a thing of, we will do this or die trying, in the sense of like we'll build our biggest dreams and our aspirations. So we do everything in-house, from the environment, from the game design to the environment, to the game development, to the blockchain development, to the VR architecture, digital fashion design, brand partnerships, machine learning, avatar development, product design, network engineering, just pretty much doing everything in-house. And for us, I'm not trying to, like, you know, continue to hammer this, but you would understand how difficult it's been to, like, come this far with just like a 40K grant. And, you know, we recently closed the pre-seed of 300K, and we're then looking to raise our seed soon. So, you know, there's a lot of like, oh, Mark Zuckerberg is stealing the metaverse by calling his company Meta. But for people like us, it's actually helped in terms of like shedding more light, because we've been doing this for quite some time. And, you know, we go to like investors and they're like, nah, even if I think like this can be real, I don't think you guys are the ones to do it, so I'll have to pass. But, you know, I think slowly but surely we'll get to where we're trying to go. In terms of the tokenomics, sorry, just give me a second. I think I'm going to finish this and see if there's time for any questions, because I think I'm more interested in the questions than anything else. So yeah, mentorship as well for companies like the University of Cambridge, you know, Epic Games, Unity, Technation, Define, ACIT Immersive, NVIDIA, Solana Labs, and, you know, anyone out there, like, you know, building or interested in the intersection of fashion, identity, e-commerce, and the metaverse, and also social media, in terms of like what we want this to evolve to, from you know, a fashion experience to more of like a generalized metaverse-based experience. You know, please reach out to us. Like, we love speaking to smart people. We love, you know, meeting people who think like there's more to, you know, our current existence than meets the eye. So people who dream first, and then I think like, how can we, you know, connect the dots backward? You know, very, very, very happy to have a call, talk to you about what we're building, you know, get your feedback, get your critique on why it won't work, get your critique on what we can do to make it better, get your advice. You know, we're always I'm up to listen to, like, you know, everyone and anyone, pretty much. I don't want to dive too deeply into tokenomics, but like I said, we're currently raising a seed round of 1.4 million after the 300K seed. And, you know, for us, as you can see, like, making this a decentralized experience, you know, we're very anti-meta. So it's the thing where it's more about a community building their thing. So pretty much half of the tokens, just about 45%, more than half, sorry, is gone to community. So I can see like community rewards is just about 45%. But then by the time we do our like public and liquidity, that then brings it close to like about like 49. So it's pretty much a very, very decentralized, like the company is owned by like most of the public. And then, you know, over time, the plan is to make sure this is community owned and community built, with suggestions from the community and ideas that people vote on, more like a very, very DAO-based governance system. And we are like working heavily towards this. I think like that's pretty much the end of what I'm speaking on. And I would love to, you know, answer questions. And just to round up, you know, let's build after for the metaverse. So for me, everyone is like, okay, why don't you just start with the metaverse first? Like, you know, go out there and say, for us, building a very sticky product first. We want to build something that people have a reason to go back to all the time. if you saw like during the pandemic, everybody went to Clubhouse, but as soon as the pandemic rolled over, they didn't have a need to, because there wasn't any core utility it was solving for them. We want to like do very, very heavy research into like what isn't working in the current digital world that we can improve on, add a little bit more utility, and allow people to experience this in a better way in the metaverse. And for us, we don't see the metaverse as this thing that like you're plugged into morning to night and you're just like, you know, you forget what's happening around you. No, it's more utility focused. So it's like, I have an event to go for. I you know, put on my headset. I go for the event, 30 minutes, an hour, I'm done. I go outside to socialize with friends, or I want to go shopping in Milan and I'm in London. I put on my headset. I go to like the store in Milan with my avatar. I try stuff off and I come back. Or I want to go on a date. I put on my headset. I meet this person. I pay for their Uber Eats meal. Uber delivers it to their house. I get my food as well. We eat as we're talking. And my lunch is done and I take it off and I go about my day to day. So we were not so, the metaverse will change everything. One day, no one is going, no. Like, tech is going to be tech and life is going to be life. But the metaverse is simply just a 3D internet that makes things more immersive and is based on the core concept of presence. So we just want to be more present in everything we're doing. So please get in touch. Twitter is welcome to Astra. Instagram is Thrill Digital. Email team@thrill.digital. We'd love to talk to you, you know, keen on speaking to everyone and anyone. And yeah, I'd love to answer any questions if anyone has any. Thank you.
Thank you, Delz. We have time for a few questions. So I see you kind of have a mindset of a UX designer, like what is the problem we are solving here and how to make it more accessible, and I really appreciate that. And I was kind of hoping that today somebody would bring up the earn to play model, which you have. Can you tell a little bit how did you come up with this type of model?
Yes. So for us, you know, incentivizing people to come back to the experience to make it sticky was a very, very key part of this. And you know, thinking deeply about like how we incentivize people who really love fashion, it just made more sense for the play to wear model. You know, sort of like you're playing a game, and if you win or you get the highest score, you win like, you know, luxury fashion in real life. And that's the basis for like, you know, this play to wear concept that we're trying to pioneer and like, you know, get many brands on board, because we think it's how you gamify the metaverse experience and make it sticky. If you get what I mean.
Yeah. And you already gave where to follow you. When can we start playing this?
So we have the first demo.
When can we start playing this game?
Yes. So we have a demo ready right now that anyone can try to help us test and critique. But the first game day would be around the second week of December, and I can't really say the date for sure because we're just testing now. But as soon as we, you know, follow us for updates, and as soon as we're ready to share, we'll be ready to go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your talk. Have a nice rest of your day. And this time I will give my speech to Olesja.
Thank you, Delz. Bye. Talk to you later. Well,
bye.
Dear audience, as you have noticed probably for now that we have really put effort into making the agenda diverse. We have large corporations, we have startups, we have fashion designers, we have creators. We have different level of presentations if you have been immersed in the virtual reality or extended reality before, or then you have more introductory keynotes. Maybe you're just starting to get familiar with the topic and you need kind of an intro, understand what is happening. When we were planning this event, we wanted to partner with companies like Accenture and Microsoft to get on board and ask them, tell us, what are you doing? What type of projects are you have developed already or working on right now, or what kind of themes we should be talking about. It was really interesting discussion with Microsoft when they suggested that why don't we bring along few other companies that we have partnership with, and we can explain about, this way we can explain better about the projects that we have been doing with them. So we will gladly introduce to you the next keynote speaker coming from a company called Hevolus. Hevolus is an Italian company, and they are official Microsoft partner. They have several interesting projects already done with HoloLens. You're going to hear about them in a moment. So I'm introducing to you our next speaker, whose name is Antonio Squeo, and he's the Chief Innovation Officer of Hevolus. He's going to talk about phygital experiences. So we have had quite many keynotes about virtual reality, but now we can also talk about augmented reality and the phygital journey, for example, for in-store journey or 3D digital twins. And he's going to explain about how they have approached the customer journey through phygital, and how it's better to combine physical world with real world. They have very interesting use cases and projects, so I would rather give the floor to Antonio than try to explain more on their behalf. So Antonio, I hope we can have you online already. Are you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you for your invitation.
Great.
Okay, I am Antonio Squeo. I'm Chief Innovation Officer of Hevolus. Hevolus is click my button. Sorry for my, that's it. Hevolus is an Italian innovative SME specialized in solution. Okay, in solution of business process and customer journey for every industry, in particular for luxury retail. And in the luxury, of course, there is also the fashion. There are three important projects and logic that I will present now. But one logic, there are three important points in every of these project. One thing is every of our project are multi-device. The customer, the end user, can enter in this journey with every devices have in at home. Every. If you have a web, you can enter in the web. If you have iPhone or Android, you can enter with the mobile phone. If you have HoloLens, you can enter in HoloLens. In the future, if you have Unreal or other smart glasses, you can enter. Because the point is allow every end user to enter in this journey without immersive technology. It's very important. The use of HoloLens 2 is only for professional use. Is the sales assistant can use the HoloLens, not the end user. Repeat, I prefer repeat again. The end user can enter in the journey, in this journey, only with the device that they prefer, without technology immersive. Second step, multiplayer. Is a gamification logic. This means that I can meet in this platform other people, but this people is not in my own site, but is in every part in the world. The third point is the logic of Metaverse that I prefer explain later. Okay. I check my remote control. First, the first one is WebXR. Just a moment. That's it. The first project is WebXR plus remote selling. The second one is phygital pop-up store. The third one is multimedia metaverse. What means phygital? Phygital is a combination through physical world and the digital world. when you can have, is not substitute, the digital cannot substitute physical place. So in case I am in the store, I can have the possibility to see digital content in the store. Phygital is the merge of these two combinations. Is not substitute, but is a combination, is a merge of two places. What's the journey that we thought about fashion market? First one, touch point. The customer discovers the remote selling services and register on online platform. Second touch point is the customer decide to book an online appointment with sales assistant. Every time we prepare a project with the fashion customers or luxury retail customer, we write together with the customer the storytelling of experience. Not only tools, but in the top of the solution, there are every time the storytelling of experience. This is a touch point of this experience. The third touch point of our proposal is the sales assistant and the customer access in the session through any collaborative platform. So is indifferent. In case you come with Teams, that we prefer, of course, and or Zoom or WebEx or other collaboration platform, you can enter because our solution is enabled to use with every platform. Fourth touch point is the sales assistant share his live point of view through HoloLens 2, showing the product in store. This reason that I talked before, the HoloLens 2 is only for professional use. In this case, the sales assistant are in the store, can walking in the physical store, and when he or she see a product, automatically through the HoloLens appear other content, multimedia content connected to the product. But it's not image recognition, it's not AI, it's a spatial hidden anchors that HoloLens and automatically when you see that place, that product, automatically you can visualize a video, the same content of website, video, HMS of the customer, video, picture, detail, more colors. And in this case, you can complete the experience through physical product combined with all the multimedia asset connect to that product. The last touch point is that, of course, that the customers can see exactly what the sales assistant sees. What's the point in this case? That this is a meeting room, this is a private room, and in this case, the customer can invite his friends to participate to this journey. It's like that you can sharing shopping, but where the customer are, there are the customer, the friends of the customer, that are in different parts of the world. Because I repeat, this is a private room in our platform. And this is very interesting, in particular in this moment, in new normal moment, because in case we hope not, but in case there are some problems with the opening of the store, you can stay with the store closed, but the store assistant can live inside of the store and can present with all the customer that we want in digital way using HoloLens 2. Why HoloLens 2? Because you can walking with hand-free. In the end, you can walk in and free in the end, and can have totally can explain everything with the normal with the human way, like is the customer is in presence at the moment. Of course, you can add this content in a wish list, and everything is connected with the e-commerce, e-commerce platform. In this case, it's remotely, but the same experience you can have in store. because the sales assistant have the airlines too, and the end user can see the same point of view of the sales assistant through a tablet. And they're working inside together. Okay, they're working together inside, and the people and the end user can see exactly what the sales see, adding all the multimedia content like video, detail, and so on. What are the advantages of this solution? Is engaging a shared phygital shopping experience. In this case, it installed additional and innovative sales channel, ideal for explain complex product. Why? In case the end user know exactly what he wants or she wants, it's easy. They know exactly the code. But when you buy, like for example, Clemenza shoes, that the average cost is 5,000 euros, you need before to buy and support from Solar Assistant. That means complex product. Complex product, that means complex product in production. To explain, because before to buy and to spend 5,000 euros, you need to have an help with Sales Assistant. Third point is real-time interaction and simultaneous translation. Yes, because through the Microsoft translation service, the people can see the translation in 27 languages, different languages. Imagine also the same solution 2% for the training of the people. That's the other situation. That's what I say, that the end user can see other multimedia file connected to the solution. Because this video you can see only through the HoloLens and is not physically in the store, but you can see through the HoloLens or through the iPad, the tablet. So in this case, the advantages are access through any devices, as I mentioned before. Increase in the exhibition space and decrease inventory cost, because I can add all the content. Also for Natuzzi, we can reduce the space to 500 square meters to 400 square meters, but we expose 10,000 different typology of product, possibility to present the whole collection in pop-up store, and training of sales assistant thanks to the learning by doing. In this case, every season that you show every product, you can, using this solution through a training people that train the sales assistant. In this case, I present you the two real cases. The first one was the digital twin and the virtual showroom for National Chamber of Italian Fashion, and it was the first metaverse that we have shown. And the second video is the digital twin web XR and phygital remote selling for Salvatore Ferragamo.
The National Chamber of Italian Fashion welcomes you to its multi-brand virtual showroom. This virtual showroom is a metaphysical architectural project inspired by the De Chirico paintings and the influences it had on the history of Italian culture. In this concept, the evocative suggestions of the return of Ulysses merge with the wonderful synthesis of Giorgio De Chirico's poetics and formal pictorial lexicon, the rhythm and proportions of classical architecture, the iconic strength of solitary mannequins, and the elusive power of the sea, a deep and lively fluid subsoil. The virtual fashion hub market is a precious container in which essential shapes are composed by following a linear system. A walkway over the water is the path you will build your experience on by discovering young designers, the promise and future for new craftsmanship in fashion. The National Chamber of Italian Fashion celebrates the sustainable designers with this space that focuses on the metaphysical virtual showroom, on the themes of social responsibility and environmental and production sustainability applied to the world of fashion. This space is designed to remember the importance and meaning of three very precious resources for the fashion supply chain: environment, space, and time.
In this case, we merge Italian art of Giorgio De Chirico. The metaphysical space of Giorgio De Chirico is a picture. The name of the picture is the return of Ulysses and fashion. The second one is
an impeccable blend of craft and innovation converge into Salvatore Ferragamo's special Tremezza shoes. The traditional handcrafting process combines with innovative and smart technology to create the future of craft in an exclusive made-to-order service. From the comfort of his home, the client can access a virtual space to meet the store assistant and see various options to customize the classic Tremezza shoe in a rich, interactive experience on any digital device. With the mixed reality technology, this unique customization service allows the client to browse among Tremezza models through the eyes of the store assistant in a real-time digital experience. The client can add his personal touch to an emblematic house icon, creating his own masterpiece, which he can purchase by calling or visiting the store. Prestige detailing, quality materials, and a comfortable fit are the hallmarks of all Ferragamo shoes. But they approach the sublime with the 160-step Tremezza technique, an iconic house construct.
And in this case, sell automatically from the customer with these shelves a product with the average cost about 4,000 euros is not easy with these sales, and that's the reason that can help support from sales, and I think it's mandatory in this case. The last 2 points very quickly is two important words that in this month in this year is very important: NFT and Metaverse. Not fungible token is a special type of cryptography token that represents something unique. In November 2017, Bird of OpenSea, the largest market for cryptocurrency and other rare digital items with over 300 type of assets and 10 million other digital assets on the market. And crypto art, it's also for the fashion, which is defined as digital art certified and sold via blockchain and NFT, and represents one of the main case of use of these new technologies. In New York in 1917, the first crypto art experiment with the artistic project of Red Pipi and the CryptoPunk. And from Beeple and to Tyler Hobbs and Hard Blocks, there are numerous artists who have offered their digital works in unique piece of auction, recording very important sales amount. The most important, last important sales project that sell is in March 2024. Is a record sale for 69 million of work of the American artist people, and with the piece of art is every day the first 55,000 day through the famous auction house Christie's. And in this case, the fashion company can enter in the NFT market to create a unique digital product, not only product. Concerning Metaverse, Of course, you can use the NFT to create auction, to go on the auction market, or for merchandising, or for other situation, other cross-selling detail. About that Metaverse is like a city that every company, every fashion can have one Metaverse. What's the difference concerning our logic of Metaverse to the Facebook Metaverse? Facebook talks that you can open one store in Facebook platform, in Meta platform. What's the logic of Microsoft? Every fashion industry could have one Metaverse. And in the future, every Metaverse can merge all together with a multiverse. And I think this is the main point. Imagine to have, I am Italian, is Italian virtual mall, where every fashion, Italian fashion industry can have his metaverse and have an Italian virtual mall is a multiverse of all the Italian brand, and the thousand and thousand people can visit all together in public way on a meeting room, similar to our project for Camera della Moda or for Ferragamo. But the important thing is to enter in this metaverse, and in the same way can have a phygital experience with a physical store inside of the store. I think I am on time, and I am very open and very pleased to answer to your question. Thank you so much.
Everything is fashion, but it does because it relates to the
Yes, thank you so much, Antonio. A question, not really a question, but a comment. When you were talking, it came to as a kind of a much more solid argument to use XR in a store, that you can basically save a lot of space for inventory. If you are able to showcase the entire production line or so many products, you mentioned Natuzzi, for example, larger sofas in a store. Basically, you can have an entire store with no inventory, and you can just put on a mixed reality headset on or smart glasses, and you're able to see all of the sizes, all of the color and materials combinations, and you don't have a warehouse for that.
Absolutely, yes. But the point is, phygital. I think the sense of the touch is not possible to substitute. It's not possible to have only digital or mixed reality version. You can have a small store, about 550 square meters or 20 square meters, like a pop-up store, and 2, 3, or 4 sofa in this case to touch, to sit on sofa, and all the collection in mixed reality. But mixed reality, you can see mixed reality both with the smart glasses, but also with iPhone, also with the Android version.
Yes,
it's not mandatory for the end user use smart glasses. That I think is very important.
Absolutely, very important. But what about, can you bring in part of your environment to that setting? Like, for example, to have, if you're looking for a sofa, you would be taking, for example, this is layout of my apartment, this is what my living room looks like, I would like to see this sofa in this environment.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. And with Natuzzi was the first project that we launched 2 years ago. And when Satya Nadella explained our project with Natuzzi, say you can bring the store and go at house of the customers, or you can bring the house of the customer in the store, and you can see the sofa physically inside of the real house, in the real home. And when you see, you understand. When you understand, you are more able to spend money.
Exactly, and it's this scalability and the size, because we're talking these 3 days about fashion, right? With fashion, even if you have a try-on solution, you can at least try the clothes and you can send them back. With the sofa, it's much harder. You can't just try on a sofa.
Okay. Absolutely, yes, absolutely. But it's the same logic. If you see in a real dimension, you understand.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you can say, I don't like or not.
Yes.
But you understand. If you understand, you are more able to spend money, to invest money. That is a very lean concept, but is the key of our success, or Natuzzi success, or Ferragamo success, or Camera della Moda. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of the biggest advantages that you are able to visualize better the proportions and dimensions of the sizes. In fashion, we're talking it's much more important to show the proportions of clothes, the styling, the fit, whereas in other types of products, the size might be a crucial component of making a decision.
Yes, absolutely, yes. The try-on in the fashion, I think it's very important to understand the outfit, the combination of some product. The physical try-on maybe is more difficult because I think not a lot of people can scan his body and see. But the outfit is very important to understand the combination or more product or more detail. Also for different brand fashion brand.
And it's actually really interesting to see, like when in clothes, you have such important decision about the fit. So it's really interesting to see how different emerging technologies can come together to solve this problem. For example, use of AI that would predict how the fabric behaves. Because if we, for example, talk about silk, or then we talk about cotton or neoprene, or even fur, they are different thickness, some are stretchy fabrics. It's really important to see how it's gonna fall down on a human body, but also a question of what type of your, what kind of body shape you have, what style is gonna suit you. So it's gonna be very exciting to follow how different companies are gonna be solving this issue. Like I know that, for example, one way to do it is that if a brand has a chain of stores and they would insert this kind of scanning booths in their stores, and your body digital twin will be in store at that company, sort of like your profile for shopping. So it would be easy to have this compatibility. But when you have lots of different brands, and you know, if somebody is doing their own way to try to digitalize your body shape or your body size, and all of the fashion brands have different cut anyways. I mean, this is something that is absolutely normal and talked about in the industry, you know, that the sizes differ between the brands, sizes differ between the countries because they're different nominations of the sizes. And then also average height is different, and materials are going to be different. All of the patterns are different. It's a really kind of, I think it's a very important practical question to be solved.
Absolutely, and the new mobile phone are inside a leader technology that can allow for this situation. Another approach, I think, is for prototype. Before to buy some leather, before to buy some clothes, I think is very important to show the prototype before to produce. And this is another aspect, because Natuzzi can show some special colors or special leather before to go in production. And this is very important, because when you have a metaverse with that there are thousands of people that visit this metaverse, you understand exactly what the people likes, and only after that you can decide to go in production or not.
Exactly. So it's kind of like you can pre-scan for the demand, and you can make better decision about manufacturing. You can shorten the time, and you can estimate much better how much actually needs to be produced and whether that's going to be demanded by the customers. And you don't have to keep the inventory.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I think we highlighted so many different benefits of an XR. I have one final question. You showed us the virtual showroom. Is it possible to see anywhere? Is it available somewhere online? Can the audience from our conference Google something and find the experience that you presented, or is it closed?
The question, I don't understand exactly the question, sorry.
The virtual showroom, you showed the one with the sea and the pieces of art and the architecture, the Italian one. Is it possible to see it somewhere online?
I think is in the fashion Chamber of Fashion platform. I think so.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay. Well, then we have to Google it. Yeah, we'll have a look at it at the slides again. I think there might be a link there. Thank you so much, Antonio, for joining us. Also, we would like to invite you to visit our virtual showroom that we are launching today at 5 o'clock Finnish time. It's on Altspace VR. And actually, when we were planning that experience, we thought exactly what you said. It can't be dependent on hardware. People have to be able to access it even if they don't have a VR headset. That's why we decided to go with Allspace VR, because you have a desktop or 2D experience. That's really important. But you just have to download Allspace VR before that.
Totally agree with you, because without technology immersive, that's the point. The people can enter with a user experience fast and easy.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. We were happy to host you. And now we go next to the agenda. And if you were watching the conference since the very beginning yesterday, you saw already that we touched briefly upon the topic of AR filters in Instagram. Well, we're finally getting a longer keynote about AR filters, and that's going to be presented by Eddy Adams. Eddy is a filter creator and 3D motion artist, and he's actually quite of a he's actually quite a celebrity AR filter creator. He has a channel in YouTube and he has created so many different tutorials and trainings. He's quite well known in the community, so we're really excited to have him to present. He's been doing AR filters for several years, and he has worked with companies like Apple, Amazon, BMW, to name a few. Very impressive list. So the course, the tutorials that he has, you can find, for example, in YouTube. It's Spark AR Masterclass, and he has helped thousands of creators to become better at their skill of AR filter creation. So with no further ado, let's start the next keynote by Eddy Adams.
Hello, my name is Eddy Adams, and I'm a filter creator and a 3D motion designer based in Seattle, Washington. I've been in the advertising industry for over a decade, working on TV commercials and TV show titles. And working in this space for so long, I got really comfortable in 3D. So thankfully, my transition between 3D and augmented reality was really seamless. The fundamentals between the two are pretty similar. You have 3D models, which are the actual shapes you use. You have textures, which are the images you put on those models. Then you have animation, which is how you get things moving and animated around. And then you have lighting, which you kind of put 3D virtual lights in your scene and it illuminates your models. So all this together make a really immersive 3D or AR experience. So once I got really comfortable in AR, I started the Spark AR Masterclass, which is an online course for anyone in the world to jump on in for free and learn Spark AR, which is the platform for Instagram filters. And this course is structured around a 12-chapter narrative sci-fi kind of fantasy adventure that I wrote specifically for the course. And it's currently up to 1,000 users. So what is augmented reality? Well, AR is when you take CG or computer-generated elements and put them into the real world. And this can be done through glasses or through smartphones. So you might have shapes in your environment or sounds coming through a pair of glasses or headphones, or something haptic, like maybe you're wearing gloves or using an interface that has haptic features. And this can be used in a variety of different ways. You have medical training where you'll be able to see inside of a body without having to open it up. Or you can get driving directions. Google Maps is starting to use augmented reality just right away using your smartphone. And then there's also kind of more industrial uses for it, like industrial repair. You might have these big machines, tons of little doodads and bolts and nuts, and AR would let you see how to repair it, which things you need to twist. It might show instructions floating in space, or someone across the world might be able to look through your glasses and see what you're seeing. So it really opens up a world of different possibilities that were never able to be done before. But today we're going to be talking about Instagram filters. And it kind of boils down into two different types of effects. You have face effects and world effects. Face effects being at your face, and then world effects, you look through your camera or through your phone into the world and things are put on top of the screen. One example of a face filter is a makeup filter or a beauty filter. And this will add some skin smoothing around your face and You can literally add any kind of makeup you want. You could paint it on all crazy or just have very traditional eyelashes, eyeliner, that sort of thing. Or you might take it the completely opposite direction and turn someone into an astronaut so they can truly be a pioneer. People just love to express themselves through filters, and that's why the face filters are a little bit more popular. Those are the ones that are going to be more viral. But on the other hand, you have world effects, which is where you look through your phone into your world. And this could include portals into different dimensions, or the interior of a clothing store that you could walk around and experience the products firsthand. Or it might be as simple as a dancing character on your desk, just to bring a little joy into your life. World effects are really experiential. It transports you into a different world. So today we're going to explore the 5 stages of making a successful branded Instagram filter. First, we'll start with discovery, which is all about understanding the platform and the capabilities of what's possible in Spark AR. And then we have ideation, which is coming up with the actual idea that you want to make. Then we'll move on to implementation, which is actually building the thing. This is where most of the effort will go in this whole process. Then we have submission, which is uploading your files to the Spark AR hub, which is where everything gets approved and kind of manage things from there. And then finally, we have promotion, which is really important. It's the place where you put a lot of energy to get your filter out there. Otherwise, no one's going to know it exists. First, we're going to start with discovery, which is all about understanding the capabilities and limitations of the platform. As a creator, I often have to educate my clients on what we can and can't do. And this starts with understanding the capabilities. In Spark, you can recognize facial gestures. So for instance, if I smile, you should see right below me, this little check mark goes on because it's attached to the smile patch. So I can smile or be angry, which is eyebrows lowered. And also every time I blink, you'll notice at the very bottom there, that little switch will flash. And with all these signals, I can trigger other animations or basically do anything inside of Spark AR. Then we have particle effects like rain and snow, fire and smoke, or my personal favorite, lasers. Then there's also audio effects where you can shift the pitch of the user's voice or add a little bit of reverb or echo. And all of this has to fit into a 4 megabyte file size limit for the whole filter. That includes all the features, all the functionality, and all the assets. So if you're working with 3D models and textures, you got to make sure to really compress those down. Another part of the discovery phase is understanding timelines. Just how long does it take to make a filter? Simple filters might take 1 to 5 days to make. A more complex filter could be 5 to 8 weeks. It really depends. You also have to account for the approval process time. Once you actually upload the filter, it can take 1 to 5 days to get it approved. So got to plan for that. Now up next, we're going to talk about brainstorming, as long as this storm stops. The next phase is ideation, which is all about brainstorming and coming up with an idea. And I found that making a really novel filter doesn't necessarily guarantee it's going to go viral. A novel filter might be technically impressive, there might be a lot of elements involved, but people might use it once or twice and be good with it. For instance, you have my space warp filter, which I would argue is pretty novel, but you're not going to see people coming back to this time and time again, posting it on their Instagram stories more than maybe a couple times. And then we have my Isle of Palms filter, which may be technically impressive, but a filter like this isn't going to see a ton of repeat usage, especially because you can't even see the user's face. But still, I thought this was a pretty fun one. The types of filters that tend to grow more organically and have the chance to go viral are often a little bit more basic. You're going to see users coming back over and over and using these filters, especially because they're not totally changing your appearance, but they're just amplifying you a little bit. This could be a really well done makeup filter, or a tattoo filter that makes you look super cool, or, I mean, we all know Snapchat's dog ears filter that was insanely popular and I think still is. So these simpler filters often see a lot more use. Sometimes, however, it's absolutely worth it to really push the envelope and build something that no one's ever seen before in Spark AR. And obviously, brands love it if you can really innovate for them. Here I have a fur shader I made for this little Shibu. And before, no one had really done fur like this in Spark, so it was nice being able to be the one to kind of pioneer a new technique in this area. Now, this is a technique used in game engines, but no one had really figured out a way to do it in Spark until now. Then we have the implementation phase, and this is where I spend most of my time. It's a phase where the whole filter is built from scratch. Assets are created, logic and interactivity is built in, and things can kind of be boiled down into two different buckets. We have asset creation, which you might make 3D models in a program like Blender or Cinema 4D or Maya. And then you have 2D images or textures, and those can be made in Photoshop or Affinity Photo, or if it's a texture for a 3D model, you might use Substance Painter. And then in the other bucket, you have visual shaders. These are things that affect elements already within Spark. It might be using a camera texture, which is your video feed, or a face texture. And one example of this is a LUT, or a lookup table. As you can see now, as I turn my head to left and right, it fades between two different LUTs. Another example would be film grain or noise that just adds a little bit of texture on top of your feed. Another example of a visual shader is using distortion to make a fire effect like this. It uses edge detection and motion to make this really cool fiery effect. So once your filter is starting to look pretty good, you want to start testing it right away. Ideally, you'll have multiple different devices to test on. iPhones and Androids, new ones, old ones, maybe a tablet like an iPad. All these different devices are going to be used to use your filters, so you want to make sure it runs really well on all of them. Some older devices don't necessarily do too well with specific features of Spark, so testing is really important. You also want to be unpredictable in your testing. When I make a filter, I know how it's built and I know what you're supposed to do, so it's a challenge for me to do what I'm not supposed to do, because who knows what other people are going to try. So try to be unpredictable in your testing. And now with the filter complete, we're on to the submission phase, which is where we export the files out of Spark and then upload them to the Spark AR Hub. And the thing to keep in mind here is just to double check the policy to make sure you're not breaking any of the guidelines. The policy is in place just to make sure the filter space is safe and respectful for everyone. You don't want to see filters about sex or violence or things that wouldn't be appropriate for all ages. Now you probably noticed this tacky little tag here. If I was to submit this as a filter, the Spark AR review team would definitely reject it. It breaks two different policies. One is static text and two is static logos. If I wanted to use logos or text, I'd have to implement them into the scene. So maybe a logo could go on a hat, or the text could be stuck to my face or in a 3D environment somewhere. So there are ways to use it, but you just can't stick stuff to the screen. Now, the last and final phase of this filter journey is promotion, and it's all about marketing your filter. If no one knows your filter exists, they're not going to use it. One good way to get your filter out there is to find influencers, and these could be music artists or the brands themselves, or anyone with a big following would really be helpful in getting your filter out there. Because you can really do the math pretty easily. If someone has 1 million followers and 1% of them see the filter and maybe 0.5% of them use it, each of those people's audiences will see the filter, and if a few of them use it, it'll just spread organically and quite exponentially at first. And once your filter is out there and it's growing and spreading and you're seeing people use it, you start to get insights back. And these insights include impressions, which is how many eyeballs have seen the filter, opens, which is how many times someone's actually opened the filter, captures is kind of obvious how many times people have taken a photo or a video with your filter. Then we have saves, which is how many times someone has seen or used the filter and then clicked save to kind of put it in their filter stack for later use. And then shares, which is how many times someone's taken a photo or video and then shared it on Instagram as a story or whatever. And then finally, we have the audience. And this isn't per filter, this is just your audience as a whole. And this includes gender, age, and the top countries your filters are being used in. So if you follow these guidelines in the 5 phases, you should have no problem building a successful Instagram filter for brands. Again, we have discovery, which is all about figuring out the capabilities and limitations of the platform. We have ideation, which is the concepting and brainstorming of the idea. implementation, which is the bulk of the work, the actual creation of the filter. We have submission, which is where you upload your files to the Spark AR Hub and hopefully get them approved. And finally, promotion, which is just marketing your filter and getting it out there. With a thoughtful approach to this entire process, we have a chance to both make a living and bring delight to millions, if not billions, of people around the world. Thank you. Now for these last few minutes, I just want to walk through a few filters that I've made and just showcase some of the functionalities that are possible inside of Spark. This is a filter I made for GoDaddy where they chose 4 creators from multiple different industries and wanted to make a filter for each of them to kind of go along with the whole ad campaign. So for this one, the person was selling bow ties. And so if you tilt your head back, you get a nice little bow tie. Another creator that GoDaddy selected was a corn farmer. And the thing that made him unique was that his type of corn was orange and a little bit more, I guess, small batch. So if you turn your head in this one, you get a fun little hand-painted animation where the hat pops on and these corn cobs kind of pop out of nowhere. And then their branding appears above the head. Well, I suppose we should look at all 4 now that I've already done 2. So this is another from the GoDaddy campaign. And again, if you turn your head, it triggers this animation. You can see there's some little mountains back there, a little bit of parallax. But the fun part is if you move your head around, it shoots out all those little sunshines. So it just encourages people to be a little bit more animated and try to interact with it. And finally, this one. For this filter, I had the pleasure of working with both Instagram and the Game Awards in order to make 6 entire filters for the Game of the Year nominees for 2020. In this one, for the Ghost of Tsushima, we pulled the mask and headband from the game and were able to really transplant the user into this character. And leaves are another big thing in that game, and so of course we added those to the filter as well. But if you look a little bit closer, you can see how much fidelity you can get in a single 4 megabyte file. It's pretty incredible. And this filter is another one from the Game Awards Game of the Year nominee series, and it's for The Last of Us Part 2. And in that game, there isn't necessarily one iconic visual, it's more a mood and an environment. So we decided to just really embody that and add some sweat and rain and some dirt to the face. And the main character from that game has a little scar here and has freckles as well. So we pulled all that just to make a really immersive filter. And we designed it a little bit more for phones rather than tablets. That's why there's a little extra space here on the edges. In this filter for IMDb, we wanted to highlight some of the characters in the popular shows at the time. So we have, from The Witcher, Geralt. And you can see here, the hair is rigged so it actually stays on your shoulders. It doesn't just, stay locked to your face, which was quite a challenge. Working with hair in AR or even in 3D is always quite tricky. Then we have Moira from Schitt's Creek. This is just a very basic makeup filter, but that's what we decided. And I forget the character's name for this, but it's from The Boys, and you can see there's little flares tracked to the eyeballs, and they should turn off when the eyes are closed. It's kind of hard for me to tell if they're turning off, but that was the plan for that. And this last one is Baby Yoda, and I didn't actually create this. I worked with someone else that did, but it's pretty incredible, so I thought I'd show it anyway. This filter started out as a client project, but we ended up taking that in a different direction. So I was able to salvage what I could from it, and it ended up making this frost zombie. And what I think is really cool about this is you can see around my ears and even most of my hands, it's able to detect, oh man, it's almost, there we go. It's able to detect bodies, and if my shirt was maybe a little brighter, it'd probably detect that too. But it's able to detect that, and so you can change the color, and that's how I get this blueness here that matches the color of the actual textures on the face. And if you open your mouth, you get some nice mouth fog. as a big fan of the Beatles, I thought it'd be a really fun opportunity to try to recreate some of their album art in augmented reality. So here we have With the Beatles, where all 4 of the Beatles are replaced with the user. And if I move back or maybe down a little, you can see there's a whole record player up there. It's all fully 3D. And below I have a couple guitar picks. And this was designed a little bit more for portrait or for phones. So normally it'd be more of a portrait aspect ratio. So that's why you see a little bit of black on the edges. But yeah, I thought this was a really fun way to try to bring a new type of life into this album art. In this one, I wanted to see how much I could pack into one filter. So I downloaded this whole environment offline. I didn't build it myself, but I compressed all the textures and I made sure everything was as lightweight as possible. And in the end, I was able to fit a massive amount of stuff into this kitchen. Like as I move around, you can see all the depth back there. If I scoot back, you can kind of see it as a whole. But yeah, it just goes to show you how 4 megabytes is really limiting, but you can still pack a lot of stuff in there and add a lot of functionality, just like this floppy hat. So this filter has a bit of a funny story. Several years ago, I used photogrammetry, which is where you take 100, maybe even 200 photos of a person or an object and then put it into the computer and it generates a 3D model out of it. And with that model, you can rig it or optimize it. And in this case, I uploaded it to a 3D marketplace called Sketchfab, and someone else downloaded it and optimized it even further and made it essentially game ready or real-time ready. And so I was able to get it back from that artist and put it into AR and make a filter out of it. And as you can see on the shoulders, I baked all the lighting in. The lighting isn't happening inside of Spark, so it's actually all baked into the textures. And that let me add a lot more realism to it, more than what you'd normally get with a standard material inside of Spark. And what I thought was really neat about this is that the rigging of the head and the neck is pretty accurate. So as I move around, it's not perfect, but you can see it looks, passable. And same with the mouth. The mouth is pretty rough. You can't really see it moving unless I really open my mouth. But hey, it's a start. And I just did this for fun, so I didn't have any clients or expectations behind it. Now this filter for Iconopop is for a song that was just about to come out. And they sent over the music video rough cut so I could get a sense of the style and the environments. And they actually filmed it inside of a museum, and the museum was full of statues. And so I built this whole environment and these statues based around that. And so the user gets transplanted into these statues and controls both the foreground and both of the rear statues. And if you look really closely, there's a lot of detail in those rear statues. So again, it's pretty incredible how much you can fit into those 4 megabytes. And whenever I get the opportunity, I always try to add some lasers to basically anything I'm making. Now here's a fun filter I made for King Arthur Flour, or King Arthur Baking now. I think they changed their name. But as you can see, a piece of dough floats down, and as you move, a little bit of flour falls off of it. And if you open your mouth, the oven will match the openness of your mouth, and then you'll see what happens, and then you have to close your mouth to continue. So I'll go through the process. And then you get a surprise, and it's totally random. Each time it's going to be different. But yeah, for this filter, I thought there's a lot of interactivity and a lot of opportunity for people to have a lot of fun with it. Here's an older filter I made inspired by The Weeknd. He had just come out with a few music videos, and they were really edgy and catchy, so I wanted to try to replicate some of that energy in the music video in AR. And as you can see here, I built this a while ago, so I wasn't really testing on different devices. So you can see there's this square here, which I think is maybe the lens flare texture. So now I would have gone back and fixed that, and I probably should still, but that's why there's a little square there. But otherwise, if you shake your head, it turns into the darker, even moodier version of The Weeknd. So for this balancing filter, I simulated all the physics of these fruit in a different program and then exported the whole animation. So as you tilt your head, it plays the animation either forward or backwards. So if you go all the way, you can see it falls off. And then they get destroyed and magically bounce back up. Same with the other side. And if you open your mouth, so those were just a few of the filters I've made over the last couple of years. I hope you learned something along the way, and next time a project comes up, maybe you'll add AR into the bunch. Thanks again.
Whoa, Eddy, thank you so much. What a brilliant presentation. This was probably one of the most digital presentations we have had until now. This was very inspiring, at least to me. I feel like going onto YouTube and checking out all of the tutorials you have and start creating the filters. And I really don't understand, where do you get all the imagination and creativity to design every single time something new? So some of highlights from your presentation. You can have face tracking and hand tracking and flat surface tracking. Then you can import enormous environments into the filters and make them interact. And then the interaction is a whole different level what we have looked at before. So you can basically develop a filter into a mini game, like the example with the fruits that you're trying to balance them out. And you can have a gamification element that how many fruits you're able to hold on your plate or something like this, or how can you make the user interact with the filter. And I think it's brilliant how you emphasize that that you need to design a filter with an idea in mind that people have some kind of experience to come back to, so that the filter is used again, that it's so entertaining, that it's relatively simple, but it has some kind of an element of fun and interaction that people would use it all over again. So thank you so much, and reminder to everybody online, hey, check out Eddy's tutorials, and please join Spark AR group on Facebook, because there's such a good discussion about how the filters are created and people are demoing. And then if you are into filter design or you're just starting, there is so much support and different instructions, or you can ask people for help. So that's a really good really good group on Facebook, really easy to approach. Looking at the clock, our second day is going forward really well. So we've had a fair share of presentations and everybody is on time. That's a good thing. So kind reminder, today we're going to launch the VR showroom. Please download Altspace VR. The code is already on our website, and the instructions as well. And at 5 o'clock finish time, we'll open the showroom. Please join us in that experience. Then also a reminder, set your alarm clocks or watch if you're not able to watch all the time. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock finish time, EET. So that's, that's 3 o'clock in the UK, for example, 4 o'clock in Germany, France, and so forth. You're able to calculate your own time zone. Tomorrow, we're gonna have the virtual fashion show with Zone. So don't mix up. We're getting some questions and comments. Are the virtual showroom and a fashion show the same thing? No, they're not. Virtual showroom is situated in virtual reality, but you can check it out also on 2D on your Mac or PC, whereas a virtual fashion show that features real models, real clothes, and that's happening tomorrow, not today. So, our next presenter, let's see, our next speaker. I'm very proud to introduce to you somebody with whom I have actually worked a lot. His name is Fadi Chehimi. He's a Europe lead of extended reality, capability and consumer experiences here at Accenture. And Fadi is a very unique combination because he can wear several hats at the same time. Very technical in architecture and strong technical background approach. At the same time, he's always thinking about users, about good design, about how to design amazing XR experiences with a human-centric approach. And at the same time, he has a very strong role to advocate at the academic perspective on things. So he is, for example, responsible for designing or kind of promoting and advocating different concepts into future of XR design. So for example, he introduced spatial experience, participant experience, perception design. He's going to be talking about all these things in his keynote. And he's also going to be joined by another colleague of ours. His name is Norbert. He's a really talented XR developer and 3D artist, and a very, very important part of any team that he joins, because there's absolutely nothing that he cannot do. So I'm very proud and excited to introduce to you Fadi and Norbert. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Odyssey, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I'm very happy to be here with many familiar faces to talk about the future of immersive digital worlds, content, and of course, fashion. So as Odyssey said, my name is Fadi Chehimi. I'm the European lead for XR for consumer experiences at Accenture. And also I will be joined later by my colleague Norbert, who is one of our lead 3D artists and creators. During the last 2 years delivering client work for XR for our clients, I realized that there was a gap on how traditional designers treat 3D interactions and 3D spaces. Translating 2D paradigms into these immersive 3D worlds was not good enough to bring the innovative potentials of the medium. In this talk, I will walk you through the concept of perception design and spatial experience design, which my team and I have developed for designers of immersive worlds. I will touch on the mindset shift needed, the key parameters to achieve good design, and the ladder to use in order to gauge the level of immersion we want to achieve. From there, I will quickly touch on how all this relates to the metaverse. And then Norbert will share examples of how we applied some of these principles for the creation of the beautiful virtual showrooms that we will see later today for exterior. So without further ado, I'll just get cracking. Let me set up the scene a little bit. We humans have interacted with the physical world around us in its 3D and spatial form since our first existence as a species. We utilize our different senses and biological systems to process information and connect with others. We looked for changes in grass patterns to avoid basically approaching beasts. We listened to sounds to locate our next hunting destinations. We stuck together to feel safer, work more efficiently, and extend family lineages. We operated our motor skills to gather food, make fire, and even to run away from becoming meals. The combination of these emotional, physical, social, behavioral, and multisensory traits have distinctively identified us as humans from the rest of the animal kingdom and have served in our evolution till today in everything that we do, learn, work, have fun, etc. It is a scientific fact that these traits work together hand in hand to form a perceptual understanding of any experience we go through in our life. All of our nervous system is interconnected. For instance, we cannot basically stop our arm from pulling our hand when we touch fire. And at the same time, we cannot stop our tears from rolling after feeling the burning pain. This is called intersensory interaction. And it is fundamental to how human perception works in the real world to evaluate and react to situations that we encounter. And this intersensory interaction should be fundamental as well when we design 3D synthetic experiences, be it in virtual or augmented worlds. Many 3D applications, luckily, try to leverage as much of this natural human phenomena of understanding things through the different senses and the interconnectivity between the psychological and biological systems. I call these spatial experiences, experiences that our inherent systems are needed in order for us to understand and interact with 3D synthetic worlds. The XNFY showroom that we built for this conference is one such example. As you will experience later, the VR showroom is made of different spaces dotted with inspirational pieces of fashion art. It relies on our innate spatial awareness to discover, learn, hunt for the magic around, on the ground and in the air, literally. Visitors can meet friends to have fun together whilst learning about the different design styles. And then suddenly we are in an engaging social experience that subconsciously plants positive feeling about digital fashion and these beautiful virtual worlds. One thing that quickly stands out when we talk about spatial experiences that are impacted by our perception and our senses is that we are not talking about users anymore. In spatial experiences, people are not just passive observers of an application entertained by interfaces that allow them to complete a task. They live the application and participate in co-authoring its story narrative, making it more of a story living experience, not just storytelling, and turning these people into participants rather than just users. And it turns out that this is not a new concept. Participant experience design in the conferencing and events industry is concerned with combining different toolkits from technology to interior design, catering, entertainment, and many others to create experiences that deliver something that is as fun as having dinner with a friend, but at the same time still serves the purpose of education and doing business, right? So participant experience design for events does involve participants' emotions, physicality, cognition, senses, and social interactions. And so does digital spatial experience design. But what does it really make a digital spatial experience? And what are the possible types designers can aspire to? This schematic diagram demonstrates my design theory for spatial experiences. It summarizes the relationship of our innate traits that we covered in the previous slides to our human perception, which influences our actions. The ability to move freely and interact with things in natural ways make us feel more in control or give us agency in VR terms. Being able to move, interact, learn, have fun in the presence of others cater for our social and communal needs. The more emotions and senses are stirred in an experience, the higher the feeling of joy, even fear and surprise, and the longer the memory sticks with us. The diagram also shows how external stimuli help us shape our perception of an experience, be it from people we engage with and their personalities, to places we visit and roam, to ideas we encounter, experience, and objects we manipulate or break, and to the inspiration that wows our imagination. All can elicit a mental opinion in us about spatial experiences we go through. And depending on all of these stimuli, the quality of this spatial experience will climb up or down what I call the spatial experience ladder, which goes through 4 levels: interactive, emotional, immersive, and then presence. The higher we go, the more perceptually immersed people are. And the more we move to the right, the more people in a spatial experience become participants, playing key role in the experience, not just be users. I have published an article about this very topic, which you can find on UX design. For more in-depth details, I'll be happy to share that with you separately. Reach out to me on LinkedIn and I'll be happy to share the material. Or even if you go to UX design, you'll be able to search for it and find it there. Now, the ladder is a great way to define the target spatial experience we want to get into. But here I present to you the 8 heuristics for spatial experience design that our Accenture XR design team has outlined as a guideline for designers to consider to reach that experience target. Perception design is at the helm of this heuristics. It orchestrates how all other heuristics impact our human, physical, and psychological acceptance of an experience. World interactions define how to leverage depth and the 360 degrees in a space to present to present and interact naturally in 3D spaces. Respect to self and others tell us how to be considerate as we enter personal spaces. Freedom of movement clarifies how to perfectly fit the context of the experience and not exaggerate it. This also relates to the consideration that need to be taken around the ergonomics of the headset and time of use for physical comfort. Then how we represent our digital identities or even multiple identities, and how we embody that to track our body parts, use them appropriately, and interact with others in the space. Spatial awareness is one of the most important building blocks as it represents the subtle environmental cues that tell us how to move and where to move without explicitly telling us. So this is where our perception plays key role, from familiar things that we are already accustomed to in the physical world, how we can bring them into the virtual world. And finally, we must adhere to personal safety, physical and mental, of course, when we allow spatial awareness and freedom of movement. We don't want participants to end up with bruises after going through our experience. Something I always get, unfortunately, after I play super hot, but that's a different topic. Perception design is paramount for the metaverse, as it is to XR and real-life interactions. The metaverse is a spatial reality where the real and virtual converge to deeply immerse our senses, emotions, identities, movement in persistent 3D spaces like nothing we have experienced before. New economies, new business models, currencies, regulations, opportunities, risks, you name it, are rising. And all of these coincidentally happen in a place. And a place is an encapsulated harmonious interaction between 4 constructs. First, the space itself, which hosts interactions. It could be completely virtual, as in virtual reality, or the real physical world around us, as in augmented reality. Second, people who inhabit the space. They can be real around us physically, or even avatars in virtual worlds. Third, things that occupy the space we interact with. They could be as explicit as goods we buy, virtual or real ones, or as implicit as virtual concerts to attend. And finally, exchange. This is the value created and transacted and the opportunity for businesses to connect with people through things in the space. It is clear from the above that the same ingredients we discussed for spatial experiences influence our perception and opinion in the metaverse. So the way we at Accenture see the metaverse is the next evolution in the internet to be the internet of place after the internet of data to the internet of things and internet of people. So next comes the internet of place. At the end of the day, the metaverse is a spatial environment by definition, right? So it is something that we will live in and participate through, not just use. Hence why the talk about the place and the space and people and interactions comes into play here to define the correlation between the metaverse and spatial experience design. After boring you with the theory, now I want to hand over to Norbert, who is going to show you some of the techniques that we applied from the 8 heuristics to design inspirational spatial experiences for the virtual worlds of Accenuture. So Norbert, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Fadi. Hello, everyone. As Fadi mentioned, I'm the 3D artist and creative lead on this project. Throughout the journey, we iterated several hundred times, literally, to find the best combination of concepts, layouts, aesthetics, shapes, models, dresses, and optimization to create a spatial experience that pleases visitors and make them feel welcomed, and most importantly, leave inspired and hopefully amazed. I will talk you through some of these techniques we used. This is the Pavilion, the starting point in your exquisite journey into the exterior virtual showroom. As part of the perception design heuristic, it was crucial for us to capture visitors' attention from the first glance, impress and amaze them, but also communicate the familiar to the senses, especially as perception is all about the input to the senses. You land on the highest point in this world, overlooking all the surroundings, naturally giving you agency to decide where you want to go next. Dotted around the island, you find massive monuments, gravitating your attention towards them, calling you to come closer and explore the garments near them. And those are not your usual static movements, they are alive, move and flapping with their wings. Magical threads for the eyes and ears find you wherever you go. From fairies approach you to jellyfish floating in air, to that massive planet in the wonder space ahead of you, affirming you are in a different world. Exploration, fun and joyfulness are clearly communicated with those lollipops, making the space less of a formal showroom to be more of a playful ground to run around, meet new people and discover hidden gems. This is the second virtual world in the exterior showroom. It is called Moonstone. Spatial awareness throughout the world is important so that visitors can find their way around, see all garments and uncover hidden treasures without explicit indicators or signage. The world is designed to be like a linear, one-way system where visitors are guided with angelic particles to show them the way. The ground at the spawning point was designed very carefully to visually guide the visitors to their destination. The slope is not obscuring their field of view, and it is not too long of a journey to climb to the first dress. On their way, visitors not only are entertained with dresses, but also with the structure of the place, inviting them to go off track and explore places they wouldn't in real showroom settings. Like freely climb up those rocky roofs, And by the way, they will be treated with rewards when they do so. For physical comfort heuristic, we designed the experience from the ground up to be simple to use, with least amount of interactions and least demand for body movement. The virtual spaces are large enough to occupy many visitors, but also confirmed aesthetically so that they do not get lost, which could make dwell time uncomfortable for some, as you will experience in this beautifully designed stratosphere world. Without this will be the case due to the joyful moments we implanted, like this floating whale between the clouds. Lastly, for safe of use, the space has been designed to be wide, high and open enough to accommodate as many people as mentioned to avoid feeling crowded or even claustrophobic, as this could be a deal breaker for spatial experiences in VR. We also included many visual references on the lower level to ground people and not feel walking mid-air, which can be disorientating in VR. I hope you find this useful. I definitely enjoyed this project and look forward to many others and to sharing my experience further in the future. Fadi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Norbert. So this is really a great project and a great application of spatial experience design. As Norbert said, there are many techniques that we applied and many examples of the heuristics. We will make sure to write up and publish an article about this in the next couple of weeks. So please stay tuned if you're interested to learn more. Now, just to conclude, if user experience or UX design is defined by the look and feel of applications, spatial experience or SX adds connect and move to the equation. Connect, that is the representation of oneself, representations of others, and the space and the objects in the spatial environment. And move is the embodiment of our interaction and reflection of our physical abilities in these spatial environments. So it's not just about the look and the feel, but also about the physical movement and about the social connection in a spatial experience. Which brings me to my final remark. Designers cannot explicitly design an experience. It is not something tangible or concrete. So you don't just go and sculpt an experience. It's something that people perceive. Rather, what designers can do is manipulate many adjacent parameters, tangible or non-tangible, to design for an experience, to design for the perception of people in an experience, which inherently makes perception the precursor to any experience that we want to build and create. So let's all design for perception, for better spatial experiences. I just want to thank the really big thank for the team who worked on this project for the last couple of months. It has been a very joyful journey, going through lots of new territories. Just as a disclaimer, almost none of the team here had any significant experience with Outspace, but throughout the time, we managed to master it, and we managed to go over a number of technical matters, which we're going to discuss later in the fireside conversation. And the outcome is really fascinating. One thing that really brings all of this team together is that they are not fearful of the unknown. They've got the courage of learning and diving into new territories and come successful. And I hope all of you will just agree with us on the outcome that you're going to see later today. And yeah, just big thanks for the Dream team, and also big thanks for Outspace team from Microsoft, who really worked and very close to us and supported us during this journey to uncover and remove any technical hurdles. Thank you very much, and back to you, Alicia.
Thank you so much. much. Thank you, Fadi, and thank you, Norbert. Great presentation, and this was a really good time to build up even more excitement about the VR showroom. I really enjoyed your explanation about the spatial design or the Internet of Space. Is that what Metaverse is going to be? A place we go to, right?
Definitely. So I don't want to derail the conversation and talk about the Metaverse, but the way we see the Metaverse is, yes, it is a place, whether it is a virtual place or whether it is our physical space augmented, right? There will be a place involved. There will be people in that place. There will be things that we interact with in that place, whether it is products, whether it is ambient objects in a scene that really entertain us. So a place is the building block of the Metaverse because it adds that third dimension. Because what differentiates the Metaverse from what we all know now from digital channels is that third dimension. Again, whether it is in the physical world or whether it is in a virtual world, there's that depth element which makes a big difference as a stepping stone for us to get into the Metaverse.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying, but it's just something that we're getting as a comments or questions, or there's this kind of a misconception. Is Metaverse itself virtual reality? No, it's not. So the kind of to clarify the element.
Yeah, this is a very good point. And actually, there is a lot of misconception about this, and there is a lot of people who define the Metaverse in different ways. We still have to wait until we get the common terminology and the term and the common definition. But in our opinion, from an Accenture point of view, VR is not Metaverse. AR is not Metaverse. They are components that contribute to the Metaverse. So not all Metaverse is augmented reality, not all Metaverse is virtual reality. There are different components that build up the Metaverse. And of course, AR, VR, NFT, the blockchain, all those technologies play a role in the Metaverse, but it's not just virtual worlds.
Exactly, thank you. A question to Norbert. Can you please comment about the importance of testing? For example, testing height, testing the size of the objects, testing the space or the distance between the objects and how that affects your workflow.
Actually, yes. We did many tests during these weeks. Actually, in the couple of last weeks, we had to make sure that everything is composed in a well size and in a good size, in a good harmony to make sure that once the people arrive into these worlds, joins to these worlds, they feel comfortable. There are enough space, and also the objects, how to say, can make that emphasize feelings that okay, these are monuments. This is something surrealistic, what you cannot see in the real world, you know. So yeah, hopefully we did a good job. Let's see what the audience will say later on.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe just to add on to this, we did here also a few years ago, one project we had a similar kind of like a showroom. And when we tested out with much more people in a public space, it was really interesting how natural the desire to interact with a garment, or to take it, touch it, or try it on, and it's contradicting with the whole point of a showroom. When you come to a museum, there's usually a sign, "Do not touch," right? And it's because it's a physical and very fragile, different kind of object that it can be in a museum or in a showroom. You're not supposed to touch it, but Fadi, where does this desire automatically, or in some kind of, I don't know, instinct to touch or grab or interact or play in virtual reality, where does that come from?
Well, that's all part of the playfulness, right? So, and to be honest with you, when you are in a virtual space, it's an invitation for people to do the things that they don't usually do in real life. Of course, there should always be some conduct and social behaviors that need to be taken into consideration. But being in a virtual world should be, the experience of being in a virtual space should be designed in a way to open up that playfulness, that exploration, that joyfulness for people to go and try things they wouldn't usually do. Like when we started designing the Moonstone, well, we thought like, all right, we're just gonna drive people into this track, which is like a one-way system. But then during our tests, we realized that people actually were more interested in climbing up. So we said, all right, let's just remove the colliders and then allow people to go into these places and actually reward them, like finding like secret pieces of information hidden here and there, etc., to allow people to go and explore and have fun whilst they're there. Now, one thing to highlight here is that the virtual dresses that we've got, you can go and climb as close as possible to them. But unfortunately, we didn't have the time of getting them and dress and use them and pull them and wear them on your avatar. Hopefully, in future iterations, we're going to get into that point.
Yeah. But I think we're coming to the point that, you know, gamification is going to be really important. This kind of interaction, but then reward, having something interesting, egg hunt for extra details, something clickable, something touchable. And I think that's going to be one really big strength that can be learned from the gaming industry for retail. If you have some kind of a showroom or a lookbook, what can you do in it? What can you do with it? And you have to make it in an engaging way, right?
Exactly. This is actually one of the points I always share with clients when we talk about virtual spaces, virtual stores, etc. When we are designing these immersive environments, we have to think about how to connect with the people, the participants who will be in these spaces, and how to engage with them, as you're saying. Not just how to transact, how to sell. That should be the final outcome, right? That should be the final target. But when people go into these places, they don't just go to buy. They go to be entertained. They go to have fun. They go to open conversation with the brands. They go to experience something new and different. So these are very key points to keep in mind when designing virtual spaces, whether it is on gaming platforms in VR or on your private web 3D version. This should be the mantra.
I feel like we need a whole total different new keynote for, you know, user interface in extended reality or something like this, but we don't have the time anymore for this. Thank you so much for joining XNFY Agenda. I hope the viewers online got a really good intro into how to design for Metaverse, how to dive into design for XR. And next, we're going to be talking about the actual digital garments, those that you can see in virtual reality in our showroom. But we need to properly present you the company that has brought the digital fashion meta garments for the showroom. So next up on the agenda, we have company called DressX. If you have been following digital fashion topic, you have probably read about them either in Vogue or in The Guardian or in Business of Fashion or Forbes. They have been featured pretty much everywhere. We're delighted to host on our conference the founders of DressX, Daria Shapovalova and Natalia Modenova, and also Olga Chernysheva is going to join, their Chief Sustainability Officer is going to join this longer keynote later on. So a few words about the founders. Natalia has more than 10 years of experience in the fashion industry. Her main activities include founding a showroom called More Dash in Paris, as well as international conference Fashion Tech Summit. Daria is called Kiev's Fashion Queen Bee by Vogue UK, and she is famous for putting Ukraine on the world's fashion map since she's been founding and promoting Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week in Ukraine. She's featured in Forbes 30 Under 30 Europe and also on the influential people list of Business of Fashion. And then we're also going to have Olga online, who is Chief Sustainability Officer. She has a degree of mechanical engineer and master degree in finance. Imagine that. And she's working with sustainability and business. So very, very competent team of young ladies. We are so excited to work with them. So dear DressX founders, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
We're excited to be here. So probably we'll start by sharing our vision of the future and the future of fashion. Natalia, would you mind sharing the presentation and start, and then we'll all contribute?
Yeah, so we already have the first slide on the screen, and for us at DressX, it's important, and we really believe that the future of fashion is digital, and it's accessible and non-polluting, and that's why our goal is to give a meta closet to every person in the world. And really right now we are trying to show that digital fashion is for everyone, and there can be a lot of different forms how it can be accessed, used, but there is no boundaries. It's really everyone can wear it. Speaking about us, as a short slide about our start, we started in the August of 2020, and having the experience in the traditional fashion industry and seeing how a lot of the processes are just not efficient and happening in the very polluting way. For us, it was a driver to build new things in the intersection of fashion and technology, and that's why digital fashion was the first in our list to do, and we're happy working on this. And yes, Daria, you want to present quickly the number of solutions, and we'll go deep in each of them.
Yes, so definitely like DressX is about like building the new future for the fashion industry and building this new accessibility to the industry, both for the B2C consumer and B2B brands. And we believe that as a company, it's very important for us to give this framework for all the brands to understand what is the new reality, what is, let's call it like metaverse or just like digital fashion reality. It's all about the future. And we do help all these brands and different stakeholders to understand it fast. And that's what we think also led to the development of the entire industry. So basically what we do with the brands and for the brands is digitizing their collections. We provide digital dressing to the influencers and the customers. And that's exactly like what was innovative for DressX, because we started to say that you can not only just like digital fashion from the distance, but you can actually use it, and you can wear those items on social media and share them with your friends. And basically, yes, the API is more technical of how we work with our B2B partners. And then, yes, working a lot with AR, because that's what makes fashion accessible in real time through the DressX app. And basically like stepping into the conversation of the NFTs, as all the digital assets will eventually become NFTs in a couple of years from now. As of now, they are more for kind of more expensive items that they are sold as NFTs. But we are also started different drops and collaborations in the beginning of the year, and now about to launch our own NFT platform. And the time is like one of the most exciting for digital fashion in general and for this new future to unveil. But yes, let's go into some of the solutions and maybe tell more about the projects. This is more on the technical side and the exciting process of digitizing items and how a person wears like on the left, you can see a person wearing the physical item, and on the right, she wears a completely digital one. So that's exactly the steps of what it takes to start from the dress that's existed in physical and then move it into the digital reality and making someone wearing it and posting on the phone.
And everything in digital fashion and in all the solutions starts from digitizing the collection or creating the initial digital asset.
And this is very important, and this is the first step. And a lot of the next use cases come from this first asset that can live in various options and can be displayed in the many different ways. Like, for example, this beautiful archive dress. And this is another kind of value that digital fashion brings, that it can show and give an opportunity to wear some items that are just in their archives and very rare. And it wouldn't be possible to wear it in a physical world, but with digital, it's getting possible. And of course, the different levels of visualizations are possible with digital fashion. And yes, so possibilities that are kind of coming are very much exciting. And on this slide, we can see the campaign that we did with Farfetch, and featuring a number of brands that do physical fashion, like Off-White, Balenciaga, Dolce & Gabbana, Nanushka, and Palm Angels. And that was an example of very much sustainable campaign for pre-orders, where we had an opportunity to show how clothes would look on people before it was produced. There was the kind of problem of a shortage of samples for the pre-orders, and then it was worn by a number of influencers, and it was also worn on the campaign images. You can see the lady on the photo on the screen who was photographed and then who was dressed up digitally in order to show how it would look. And that helped to save a lot of energy and efforts and nature resources for the delivery of the items, for the production of the items. And that's what was very exciting about this particular campaign. I also wanted to show you that a lot is possible with digital fashion that cannot exist in real life. And Daria, you want to present this project? Buffalo, London, and the Fabricant, the collaboration that we did all together. So basically, the shoes were designed by the Fabricant for the Buffalo, which is an exciting and famous brand in the United Kingdom, the brand of shoes. And it was exactly the physical brand that decided to go digital and make the item that you can see would never exist in reality as of now, in this kind of physical reality that we see. And so they took the item to the digital realm with the help of Fabricant, and we addressed all those people who wanted to buy them. It was 100 pairs that were released, and it was exciting to see this collaboration, because it definitely educated so many people and provided this view that there are some items that would never exist in physical reality but can exist in digital life, and that's why it can make them so cool and so unique. Yeah, that was an exciting project that actually started a lot of the kind of new possibilities and showed how much digital fashion can bring. And what else is exciting, that with one photo, it can always be multiple outfits and multiple colorways. And this is all possible with digital fashion. So you can create as much content and visualize as much as you want without the need to items to be produced. We come from the physical fashion industry, where I remember in the showroom sometimes buyers would ask, "Oh, can I see it in a different color?" And it can be produced in multiple colors, but sometimes it doesn't make sense to produce samples in it. But it would always work if the sample would be in certain color, and it would always sell better, just because it's possible to visualize it better. And with digital fashion, it is really possible And this is what we are excited to do. And of course, it will also change the industry of the media, because it's so many photo shoots going on and it's so much effort for that. Again, I remember so many stories when it's a last minute request from some magazine and designer he hops on the plane because there is no other way to deliver like this hat to the set where photo shoot is happening, and that's the only fastest way. And then it all happens with the deliveries back, and people would travel to the certain locations to do the photo shoots. But with digital fashion, this imaginary world and like real world and the beautiful world is still unveils, and fashion is all about beauty and the story that it brings. And this is an example of the first ever cover of the magazine with a digital fashion in it and the fashion story inside, with multiple images featuring a digital only fashion. And that was a very exciting project we did with Synchrodogs, the photographers duo, and it was published in Official magazine. It's just one of the examples. And the next campaign was also for the cover of the magazine. It was a couple of months ago. Here we collaborated with Avatar to show that digital fashion can be also worn not only on the photographs of people, as an example of the previous campaign, but also on the avatars. And the Nina Sense is a like very popular digital persona and artist. Having her avatar was wearing all the Dior collection. And the Dior collection, it was fall winter, it was digitized by DressX, again, to show that it is new realm, and this is all possible to actually show how real digital fashion can be, and that for luxury brands, it's also a great case to showcase themselves and position themselves and step into the world of the digital fashion. And AR is the next very exciting utility for digital fashion and for us. And this was a second use case that we introduced at DressX. Daria, you want to tell more about AR? Yeah, absolutely. AR is definitely one of our big passions because it provides an opportunity to wear any item in real time and have fun with that and create the content. So that's exactly, it's addressing our view on the future of fashion, that fashion should be accessible to anyone in real time, like even the couture item that a girl or a boy somewhere in the country far from the fashion capitals could never dream of wearing, but in AR it's possible, and that's what is exciting about it. And so basically we launched DressX app 3 months ago, and we're here partnering with Snapchat, and we do have the largest library in the world of the items. So please, if you don't have our app yet, download it and see this future fashion that we create for providing this opportunity to have this language of fashion on a daily basis and to tell your stories through fashion. So we are fascinated to see how the digital meta looks are being used and how AR can create this another version of reality through your phone. Yes, so that's an exciting use case that we will be developing even more and more. And you can see examples of more different AR looks. And what is interesting that the two of them are the kind of twins of the physical items, and two of them that are in the middle of the screen, it's digital only outfits that only can exist in the digital space, but worn through the mobile technology. And As you can see, it's maybe not exactly like it's perfectly fitting the body. It's recognizing your body very well. However, there is some kind of more developments are needed to give more realistic the fabrics, for example. But this is something that is developing so fast in the tech world. And when we were starting a year ago, there was no such a possibility to show digital fashion even like this in AR, and it's just developing so fast, and we have no doubts that it will be like really a great adoption for everyone. And the rendering is happening here on the phone, on the device of a person. So our devices are becoming more and more powerful. From every next kind of phone, smartphone is smarter than the previous one and gives the better results. So that's really exciting. And this is an example of the Clara Degen Haute Couture show that happened in Paris. And Daria, I want to tell more about this project.
Yeah, I was not there myself, but it was fascinating to see how everyone who was present there could discover the items that are like exactly what I told previously, that would never be worn by the mass audience because they are so difficult, technically difficult to produce, and they will exist only in several copies. But through AR, through our DressX app, it was possible to wear the same items at the same time when they were presented. So basically this collaboration, like Clara as mentioned, was supported by Google and DressX. So basically on the first picture, you see the first physical dress, how it existed in reality. And then we made it available in digital realm and then in AR to wear instantly when it was presented in Paris during the Couture Week. So that's exactly what we wanted to push forward, the opportunity for everyone to wear any like kind of technically difficult item to be able to wear it in real time whenever you want. And yes, obviously collaborating with such designer as Clara, who is like so technically advanced and is kind of has the mindset of a person who lived in San Francisco and creates from Paris on the intersection of different industries, was amazing.
Yes, and absolutely. I was there at the presentation. Everyone was very excited about the possibility not only to see this clothes, but to actually wear, even in digital. However, here we comes to the new domain of digital fashion that is very important to talk about and to cover. It's NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and this is a great way to distribute digital-only goods and digital fashion. And of course, this is the possibility also to help people to kind of bring this notion of not only the replacement of mass market fashion for the sake of content creation, but also to show that digital fashion is and can be and is a luxury product because it can be unique, it can be scarce, it can be exclusive. It's all the descriptions of luxury fashion, but it also descriptions of the NFTs. And that's why one of our partners is Crypto.com, and we make launches with them, but also very soon DressX Marketplace will be launching and every single item will be available at DressX, and this is very exciting. And we've been experimenting a lot within this year on how digital fashion can be distributed as NFT. And for us, it is very important to give a value composition to every item. So to make it not only an artwork that can be collected and sitting in the wallet of a person, but that it can actually give a use of it. And that's why we have the possibility to wear it in AR and of course keep the artwork, but also have the digital dressing for the photos. And this was an example of the SpaceX inspired collection that we launched with Crypto.com already a while ago. And another successful drop that we really love this example with the Balmain flame dress that was auctioned on Binance, and we partnered here with a gaming company Altava, and we provided the unique AR outfit of this dress only for the owner of this NFT, and Altava would provide the skin of this dress for the game that can be used in a gaming environment, also exclusively to the owner of this item. So that was very unique experience, and it was also supported by Work Singapore. And that was one of the first examples when luxury item was really auctioned and sold for the similar price that would physical item would cost. And here we come to the NFT marketplace by DressX, where every single item will have a utility. At the very beginning, it will be AR and digital photo dressing utility, but also what is very important, that this is a first step to grow and to start the meta closet, that people can start collecting and start building and then using it across different platforms in the future and actually make a use of it, store it, share it, curate it, and in the similar way as they curate their kind of wardrobe in a traditional life, they will be able to do it in digital with all the technology that is available. Maybe, Daria, you want to add anything on it? I would say that that's the excitement that is created around NFTs in fashion, I think also linked to the capabilities of this technology to make items authentic, because that was a large problem always in fashion with all the copycats. And a blockchain is exactly like was built in order to authenticate different items, like money, like any other kind of entities. So basically that's a huge opportunity for everyone to own items that are released by big fashion brands and that they will keep for the eternity because they exist in digital realm, even if they come as like a twin of their physical item. So there is a theory, and I think I'm a firm believer in that every big fashion items or like expensive fashion items in the future will come in two. So it will always be sold in physical and digital. And I think that's exactly like where we're heading to. And if we can predict the future, I think we're all on this panel would see the future like that, because it definitely makes sense. If you're buying like a very expensive or like, let's say, a dress that costs more than your average budget, and you understand that something can happen to it, like things really can happen to the items, like sometimes they are kind of lost, or they can be damaged in laundry, but you will still have the digital twin that you can actually resell afterwards, and you can wear on a piece of content. So this is super exciting, and I'm sure we would all agree that owning that in two different realms makes way more sense. So that's why for us, moving into adding the NFT use case is about moving together to the future of fashion and responding to what customers and what brands want to see in this future fashion. Yes, and what also I want to add that every item in the future, every digital asset in the future will be on the blockchainized with the development of this particular technology of getting it more efficient, energy efficient, more friendly in the terms of the UX and user experience. However, right now, this is still not the most friendly process. And people who are not into crypto would have a certain barrier entering this space, because it's still developing. It's again, same example with AR. It's improving every day, but in terms of the UX, it's still more accessible to someone who is more familiar with this. However, we consider that for now, this is more like a luxury utility and luxury use case for people who would want to keep their asset for a very long time, for years, and use them, and maybe sell them at some point, or just to keep them and collect. However, the kind of mass fashion and very accessible and very inclusive fashion is already possible through the digital, and it is really for everyone, and everyone can open the app and can start wearing digital fashion. And one of the next use cases that we will be introducing is AR on the video calls. Like, I'm wearing crown now. I'm not sure if you can tell the digital or physical crown it is. So we will not keep a secret anymore. It's digital, and everyone will have this opportunity to wear digital fashion in the same way in the future. And right now is the best start to enter the space of digital fashion, to learn how to use it, to try it for yourself. And for the brands, of course, the earlier they jump into this world, the better they will be able to identify their place and their possibilities to kind of have a certain positioning and communication with the audience, because digitally native people already value some different things, not only beautiful experience in the store, but beautiful experience in their device or in their gadget. And this is something that brands would need to build. And we are very excited that we've been in this journey very early, and happy to share also our experience through the projects, and not only through the conferences, but doing the particular projects. And that's the best time to start if you are in fashion or want to be in fashion, to start turning into the digital. Thank you very much for your attention. Probably now Olga will continue. Yeah, I see zeros on the screen, means we get into the very important topic for us is the sustainability. So we didn't touch it in our previous presentation, because the whole block of it will be dedicated now. And Olga will present it, and maybe we'll add something. Because for us, that was a driving force to start DressX, is to make fashion industry more sustainable, less polluting. And we tried to find some data on this subject, and there was no data at all. Maybe some people would just say digital fashion is giving a zero pollution to the planet, and that's it. But we understand that we use computers, and users would use their devices as well. And it has certain carbon footprint, and we wanted to be very clear about it, because transparency is also very important. And this is how we started the kind of research on the digital fashion, and Olga joined us. It was a fourth person in the company, because sustainability is the topic to be not just touched, not just kind of discovered, but to be developed. And there was a first research on digital fashion that DressX published and was curated by Olga, and we are happy to share the results with you. And I invite you to start wearing digital fashion, start building your wardrobes, and remember that that's the most sustainable form of fashion.
Thank you, Daria. Thank you, Natalia, for the amazing introduction. Yeah, hi again. Thank you, Daria and Natalia, for the amazing introduction. Yeah, of course, sustainability is one of the key missions of DressX, and let me explain you why. We all know that digital fashion, that traditional fashion is was named by United Nations of one of the most polluted industries in the world. Traditional fashion emits about 10% of the total carbon footprint. And it can be compared with the all flights which people are done during the year together with the marine shipments just for the fashion industry. We have the research showing that in UK that about 9% of the clothes which people are buying, they bought it just only to create the content in the social media. And that is how the idea of the digital fashion actually come up. So we decided that we can create a solution which can help the traditional fashion industry to become more sustainable. And we think that we can substitute this purchasing of the clothes for the content creation by digital fashion. At DressX, we have three main sustainability goals. The first sustainability goal is reducing the environmental impact for the fashion industry. The second big sustainability goal is to promote the idea of conscious consumption and production to avoid overproduction and overconsumption in the fashion industry. And the third goal is to enhance partnerships to drive economy and to drive fashion industry into the more sustainable models. And let me show you how we are doing this and how we are going to these three sustainability goals. So the very first goal is to reduce the environmental impact from the fashion industry. And like Natalia already started to talk about this, we did the research from the beginning, from the launch of DressX. We did a study and we dig deeper into the carbon footprint of the digital fashion. And we understood that the carbon footprint from creating the digital items should be less than the production of the physical items. But can we quantify that? And we actually come up with a methodology which has been reviewed by United Nations Alliance of Sustainable Fashion. And our methodology showed that on the production of the digital garments, we emit 97% less of the carbon footprint in the comparison to the production of the physical garments. Also, during the production of the digital garments, we don't use any water. Well, it's just like we have an internal joke. Our designers drinks water when they create and produce their designs. But actually, we don't need water to produce the cotton, to harvest the cotton, or to dye the textiles. So basically, we don't use any water during the production of the digital garments, and that allows us, in average, to save 3,300 liters of water per garment. What does it mean? It's about the same amount of water which one person can drink during 3.5 years if this person drinks 2 liters of water per day. So digital fashion is actually a way how traditional fashion industry can become more sustainable. And we are not saying that you should switch to the digital fashions for every case. There are certain cases, and we started, our first idea was to substitute the physical fashion only for those use cases where users buy the physical clothes for the content creation. Right now, having almost 1.5 years of experience within DressX, we can see that there are much more ways where we can use digital fashion and to make the fashion industry more sustainable. And I'll talk about them a little bit later. Natalia also mentioned that we are entering the NFT space and we are going to launch our NFT marketplace. And if you follow the NFT, how it was developing in the beginning of this year, there were a lot of conversations about the sustainability of NFTs. And you will ask us, okay, you want to enter to the NFT space, to the blockchain space, yet you want to stay a sustainable company. Yes, it's true that NFTs are not very good for environment. It's true that for the minting of one NFT, we have a carbon emission which is associated and which some people say that it's quite big. But if we compare the carbon emission which is emits for one NFT, it's actually equals to the carbon emission for the productions of 38 cotton white t-shirts. So if we think about a person who decided to make, or a company who decided just to make a collection, a merchandise collection to support some kind of drop or to associate with some gallery opening or something, it's just only one NFT is responsible just only for 38 white cotton t-shirts. Yes, if we go into the scale, we can see that the environmental impact from NFTs is huge. But there are solutions how we can decrease the environmental impact from the NFTs. And this was one of the things which I researched during this year, so we can enter into the space being confident that we are still keeping our goal to be a sustainable fashion tech company. So first of all, we know that Ethereum is work on the proof of work, but there are other platforms which are working on the proof of stake. And if we're switching from the proof of work protocol to the proof of stake protocol, we can reduce the environmental impact from the NFTs by 99%. Having all this pressure from different stakeholders, Ethereum is working really hard this year, and they're actually quite close to switch their protocols from the proof of work to the proof of stake. Moreover, there are certain softwares right now, like level 2 solutions, which can help if you're still working on the proof of stake, proof of work protocols, can make your transactions more efficient, thus reduce your environmental footprint. And this is what we are doing at DressX. We are using level 2 solutions to make our marketplace more effective, more efficient, and to reduce the environmental carbon footprint from minting the NFTs, which we do once the marketplace is launched. And of course, there is the third step in all the story about the carbon footprint emission. It's carbon offset. There are controversial discussions about the carbon offset, but at DressX we believe that to trace our carbon footprint from all our operational activities, such as creation of the launching of the collections, dressing our clients, minting NFTs and launch NFT drops, all these activities, we trace the carbon emission from all these activities, and we work with carbon flow, and we offset all our carbon emission. We did it for all our operational activities for 2020 and the first quarter of 2021, and we are preparing and calculating the carbon emission for the second quarter of 2022, which we will offset at the beginning of 2022. So working with us, launching your collections on DressX, minting your NFTs on the upcoming NFT marketplace with DressX, you can be sure that all carbon footprint which will associated with your activity will be offset. And we work with an amazing project which supports not only the protection of the trees, but also biodiversity and local communities. It's one of the best and top rated offset projects. Just very quickly about environmental United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, because we work together with the United Nations Alliance of Sustainable Fashion, and we actually keep the major focus on innovations towards sustainable goals, climate action, because we're decreasing the carbon footprint from the fashion industry. And just because we do what we do, because of the nature of our activities, we contribute to the life of land by decreasing the carbon footprint, by working with carbon flow and protect forests and biodiversity. I also mentioned the advocating for sustainable consumption and production. And like I said, that there is statistics showing that 9% of the clothes in UK is bought only for the content creation. So I made the calculation and I said that if we replace at least 1% of the total production of physical garments by digital, what will be the advantage for the fashion industry? And actually, the amount of carbon footprint which we can save annually by displacing just only 1% of the physical fashion is equal to the carbon footprint or annual carbon footprint of the Denmark. Also promoting the DressX and promoting this idea of the digital fashion and making people to understand that they should think about their wardrobe not only about physical component, but to go beyond physicality and enter to the digital realm. We are changing the idea of possessing items. You don't need to possess physical items anymore to post a cool content on your social media. You can now start to use digital, and thus you can save the huge amount of environmental impact, environmental resources, and not to create the waste in the end of life, because with the physical garments, most of them end up on the landfill. With the digital garments, you just save them, you just archive them on your computer. And we have great news, which were announced just this week, couple of days ago. Ellen MacArthur Foundation, with whom we also work and partner and share the results of our researches, they include us in their circularity fashion report, and they created a white paper and showcase DressX as one of the solutions which contribute in the circular fashion economy. And it's a huge honor for us. You can visit their website about circular economy, and you can read the showcase about DressX. If we're talking about sustainable consumption and production, in this area we contribute into the Sustainable Development Goal number 12, which is exactly about sustainable consumption and production. And by decreasing the amount of producing physical garments, we also contribute into the saving water on our planet. And let's talk about the very last part of our main big sustainable goals. The third goal is to enhance the partnerships for the sustainable development. And in my case, one of the amazing examples of the sustainable partnership this year for us, among all other of them, and this is like a milestone for the fashion industry, is our collaboration with Farfetch. Natalia and Daria already mentioned that from the digital fashion and business point of view. And let me just tell you from the sustainability point of view, why it's so amazing example. Because by doing this digital marketing, digital campaign, instead of producing the physical garments, we produced everything digitally. We were able to save 2.5 tons of carbon emission. And this is the reduction of the carbon emission if this campaign were produced physically by 97.86%, which is huge breakthrough for the fashion industry. Can you imagine doing all marketing campaigns digitally? How much carbon footprint we can save? And also we can save a lot of water at the same time, which is 20 people can drink during 24 years if they're drinking 2 liters per day. So this is one of the examples and the biggest example of the partnership. And if we are going back to the environmental United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, of course, we are contributing in Sustainable Development Goal number 17, which is partnerships for the sustainable development of economy. So you can see that digital solutions are actually not only great, fun, innovative way and can provide a vast variety in terms of business models, but also it can help you to become more sustainable and to bring fashion industry into absolutely different sustainable path. I think this is all, and I also can see 0, so it means that my time is off.
Thank you so much, DressX people, for presentation, and thank you so much for such a wide understanding about sustainability topics, but also with sharing your vision about digital meta fashion and where you would like to go. You're doing truly innovative and disruptive things, and everybody is following you and watching how things are done. And that brings us, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but probably if somebody has questions, they can reach out to you, right? Or reach out to DressX. And we definitely have to promote your super cool app. So go to, for example, Apple Store, download DressX app and start trying out the AR try-on looks. They are absolutely fun. They are so creative. And some of the garments we've seen on your presentations are actually available in the VR showroom that we're launching in 15 minutes. So could we have also online Fadi and Norbert? Are you there?
I'm here.
Great.
Yes.
So this is the part where we have a fireside chat relating to showroom. Our VR showroom is being launched as we speak. The code is going to be activated. The worlds are ready. You can see probably on the screen the code. If you haven't downloaded Allspace VR, now it's literally the last moment to do so. And the code is WUD731. And there are some instructions on our website as well in the tab VR showroom. But before we actually move into the metaverse, move into the virtual reality, let's talk about the showroom. I have prepared some questions, and Fadi, would you like to start off and introduce the concept of a VR showroom? What is it? Even though you started already talking about that in your presentation, maybe we should bring some visuals of the showroom onto the screen now. And
sure,
yeah,
no.
Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. So the concept of virtual showroom is not something new. The virtual showroom has been there for a number of years, and it had a number of names: virtual store, virtual showroom. We are trying to go with virtual space because that unlocks possibilities of how people can engage in these spaces. Because once you tell people virtual store, they would basically think about four walls. But nevertheless, the concept of the virtual show floor that we've got is we wanted to create a space that is inviting, that is welcoming, that is surreal, so people could go there and experience magical things that they would not usually see in real and physical showrooms or stores. And this is where the idea came through. And I think Norbert will be talking about how we managed to get there in a second. I'll basically hand over to him later. The showroom, as we have it in VR, is made of three different spaces. The first one is the Pearl Pavilion, the picture that you can see here. The second one is Moonstone, which is more of like icy feeling in the middle of an open ocean, open sea. And then the third one is the Stratosphere. And this is where we go beyond this earth, we walk on the clouds, between whales and stardust, all happening up in the air. So the idea is, as I mentioned in the presentation, just to get out of the norm, allow people to experience things that they would not do in real life. And as they are going into these virtual showroom spaces, they will be engaged with beautiful, futuristic, and really artistic pieces of art, not just fashion, digital fashion, pieces of art that are scattered around. We've got around 30 garments dotted around three different spaces, some provided by DressX, others provided by other artists and designers. But the idea here is for people to go and have a feel of these spaces and have a feel of these garments, and potentially, as I mentioned in the presentation, get to a point where they could get these assets and these garments for their avatars and then buy them and own them as NFTs. So this is just in a nutshell what this experience is about. It's about beautiful spaces, beautiful pieces of art for people to go together and hang around and explore. And of course, there will be like hidden gems in different spaces. So do pay attention to things to facts, to like small animations and artistic pieces that are scattered in the different spaces.
Thank you. And now we have visuals on the screen running, or we did have a second ago. So we have, you said, for DressX, but in the third one we also have some other visiting fashion designers, and it's kind of a, I think it's a test for people to find the points of transformation from one space into another, kind of like in a computer game. You need to find a place. How do you move into the next stage? Isn't it so?
Well, we try to use the common design language of Altspace so that we don't introduce like foreign language that people need to learn in order to be able to move around. So hopefully it will be as intuitive as it is for any other Altspace environment. The only thing is just explore, go around. You will hit your destination one way or another. At least that's our hope, because this is how we designed it.
A question to DressX. Why this type of a project, or why this type of collaboration is important for you, for DressX? Or what's new in this project?
So what's new is that the clothing that would be available previously for wearing in AR or in the social media would be available in the new realm of the VR showroom, and this is the first time when people can experience DressX collections through the VR set. So that's very exciting, and we really hope that everyone will love this experience and will enjoy, and having an opportunity to experience it will get inspired to start wearing digital fashion.
Have you had before in virtual reality, like your outfits are in 2D or in mobile AR? Have you had virtual fashion shows before, like in actual virtual reality?
This particular experience is the first time for us. It's very new. We did work with one of the designers for the a digital show that was created in Unreal Engine, and we have a store in Decentraland. But this is something completely new. I'm sure everyone who would experience it with VR set will be impressed and will have this new kind of feelings and emotions and enjoy digital fashion a lot.
So with this showroom, we wanted to create a world that is surrealistic, right? So the dear audience, you've already seen some visuals. It's pink sand, it's huge pearls floating, there are different clouds on a really low, kind of like a low distance from the surface of the earth. It's very surreal, and that was the whole concept, that it does not mirror the real world. We thought about, if there was a Dali painting today, how would you enter it, and would there be floating stairs, or what kind of elements we can bring to that? Norbert, would you like to tell a little bit more about the design process, how we did it?
Yes, of course. So at the very early stage, we had to put together our minds and discover what is actually feasible inside our space using Unity, what those frameworks can offer for us. Is just to be conscious about the limitations of the environment where we are trying to put our virtual showrooms. And once we had put together these items, let's say, or specifications, then we could start to ideate what we would like to see. And as you remember, you gave us very nice ideas what you would like to see such as that pinkish surreal world what we created actually. And once all these limitations and ideas came together, then we could start to prepare 3D assets not only the geometry, but making the 3D textures, put together, implement into Unity, adding animations to those assets, if they had, of course, or we had to do so. Also, make the harmony between those different kind of elements to make a good resonance during the user visit inside these worlds. Yeah.
Exactly, and maybe to add on to what you said, you already go into kind of like a technical things and how it's going to be feasible and how it's made, but before you actually reach that phase, people usually ask like, how do you start off designing an experience in VR, or what it's going to be? We actually had a proper design thinking workshop with lots of brainstorming and Miro working boards, and you know, there were different ideas thrown in there, here and there, and it was brainstorming with a kind of like the more the merrier ideas. And then we had with the method of exclusion, okay, the dark background probably is not going to look good, we probably don't want to go with this aesthetic. So it was really about excluding the different visuals and aesthetics we don't want, but then also trying to find a theme and what are the different assets that would look good as a combination or as a set, and they would match all each other. So you're talking about monuments, exploring an old monument, and then what type of architecture style you would like to choose, and back and forth inside the design team, and you know, like I said, brainstorming and method of exclusion. It was a very, in a way, chaotic process, how it's supposed to be, and there was a high degree of uncertainty, like they're supposed to be in service design. But in the end, it all kind of made the entire team aligned with the vision. And then afterwards, you can have imagination flowing, and then everybody knows what the main vision is, and they can propose additional assets and elements, and it all kind of works together.
This brings me to actually a very interesting point. So we talked about the content, we talked about the dresses, the virtual environments, we talked about how the process came together. But I think we want to take one step back and ask you, Alicia, how did all of this come into existence? What was the fruit, or what was the root for this idea to come together? Because I think there is a very interesting story to tell the audience here.
Well, there is a story to tell, and it was a kind of when we were planning XTHEREAL approximately a year ago, we figured out that, you know, you can't have a conference talking about immersive fashion experiences without actually having an immersive fashion experience. And we needed to think about, is it going to be in virtual reality, but how people will join if they, for example, don't have a VR headset. And we started looking at the different types of platforms there are, and then there was some discussion here and there, you know, Altspace VR could be a solution. And then we met with you, Fadi, through one of my former managers, and he contacted us. I think it was just written in the stars, or the timing was right. I don't know how to explain this process, but there's this, keeps on happening like this in XTHEREAL for some reason. So when we met, and I told you that I'm considering making a VR showroom, and your team was available, and you said you wanted to try something like this, and we started discussing what it potentially could be. But no matter how amazing and skillful your team, the environment is going to be built, we still needed some content for the actual meta fashion. And we had some ideas or plans of who to invite, or how to, for example, create a contest or reveal a call in kind of like out there in the metaverse, no, in the internet, to invite some fashion designers. And that was the time when Olga sent me her message that, hi Olesya, we've been following you on LinkedIn, and we've been checking out what kind of things you're preparing for XTHEREAL. Would you like to collaborate in one way to another? Olga, how did you get this idea to find me?
Actually, one of our lead marketing, Anna, said that there is an amazing woman working in Accenture, and she's following us, and she's commenting on every our post, and she's liking every our post. And LinkedIn, and I said, well, it's very interesting because Accenture is has a huge reputation in consulting and in bringing innovations to the companies. So I just checked your profile and I say, we have to connect.
The power of social media. This is brilliant. So I kind of wanted to outline that the timing was exactly right when we were thinking, who do we invite for virtual fashion? And then at that time, you sent us the message and then we explained to you the concept, our vision, the surrealism. We showed you some kind of first wireframes of what it's going to be. And here we are. The interest was sparked immediately and we got the amazing looks from your startup. Hey, we're almost running out of time. Maybe one last question. What about kind of like, I mean, this all sounds perfect right now, you know, all the marshmallows and pinks, and then it turned out wonderful. But would anybody like to highlight any kind of like challenges or drawbacks that happen in any kind of a typical design project?
I don't know if you, Norbert, want to start, or shall I just like highlight one thing first and then I leave it to you?
Go ahead, Fadi, and then I will take over.
So maybe I'll talk less technical but more operational. So when we started this project, it was more of like, let's experiment, let's try, let's test this, etc. And then suddenly, out of the blue, it exploded and became a real project with real timelines, with no proper planning. And I basically blame myself for this because we were just like experimenting and trying things. And then suddenly we were like, oh my God, no, this is real. This is not an experiment anymore. It's something that's going public. There is commitment, there is partnership, etc., etc. But yeah, it shocked us in midway through, and then slowly we started recovering and started putting better planning to that. So this is one of the challenges, but as I said, because we started as experimentation, POC, rather than an actual delivery, but then suddenly things move to become realistic. So that's just maybe one of the challenges on the operational side.
And I want to add that for us, it was also a very interesting experience to work and to enter with the digital fashion to the new VR environment, new digital environment, because we believe that digital fashion is for everyone and it should exist in every digital space. And we are very happy to expand to the new realm and make it available in Outspace together with you. Thank you very much for this partnership. And I'm right now in this space and it looks amazing. And I can't wait to experience it with VR headset just show the other beautiful facet of digital fashion and how it can be accessed.
Yeah. Hey, I'm looking at the time right now. I don't think we have any more time for discussion because we agreed the fireside chat is 15 minutes. So if we can get on the screen the code again. Let's go to Allspace VR, whether you have, VR headset at home, or do you have it already downloaded on your PC or on your Mac. Let's go to Allspace VR, and we are going to close the streaming for a while in the conference. So we reserved half an hour to go and hang out. If you meet another avatar in Allspace VR, come and chat, discuss, interact with somebody. It's kind of like if you would go to a a real art exhibition. So there's other people there as avatars. Let's see how many of you join. And we're gonna have this code and instructions looping for a little while. And just as a reminder to dear audience in the conference, we're still going to have one keynote in half an hour, so that's 17:30 finish time EET. But put your VR headsets on and let's go.
hello. I might have something that is known as a VR hairdo. When you put your headset on and you take it off, the hairdo is not the most perfect. But please bear with me. We have one more speaker, well, 2 speakers at one slot left. And it's about gaming and avatars. Let me introduce you. Marja Konttinen, who is Marketing Director at Lockwood Publishing Limited. Marja Konttinen is mobile games marketing professional from Finland with plus 10 years of experience in gaming and advertising industries. She works from early concept testing to live ops marketing, from user research-driven ideation to multi-channel campaign execution. She has worked with major IPs such as Angry Birds, Star Wars to cloud gaming for kids, and lately UK-based Lockwood Publishing on Avakin Life, the mobile metaverse of millions of virtual 3D avatars. And our other speaker is Jade Howe, Head of Fashion at Lockwood Publishing Limited. Currently, she is working on creative direction, which is the new and exciting team for the mobile platform app Avakin Life. She's skilled in trend analysis, fashion design, marvelous designer, production management, and Adobe Suite. She is also arts and design professional with Bachelor of Arts. So please welcome. We are going to hear about Avakin Life.
Very exciting. Thank you so much for having us, right? We're going to be talking about how to engage millions of users with fashion and entertainment, and we're going to be sharing some learnings from the original mobile metaverse, Avakin Life. We work at Lockwood Publishing with the creators of multi-award-winning mobile metaverse. And so Avakin Life is a home to first ever fashion team in gaming. Jade will be talking a bit more about that. And we have more than 1 million Avakins live and breathe digital fashion every day. So we actually work with a whole bunch of people. We see them consuming fashion and entertainment all the time. So we'll definitely want to share some of the learnings that we've been gathering in the years. We're going to be sharing some thoughts on how do we design for the metaverse, why metaverse is the new frontier, a crucial frontier for brands that want to build long-lasting relationship with their users and communities. And at the end, I will be talking a bit more about our current project, The Voice of Avakin, based on the renowned international TV format created in partnership with ITV, Sony, and TikTok. But let's go into some cases from us. So I wanted to start with basically introducing you to Avakin Life. It's a mobile app, a metaverse launched already back in 2013. Our team was actually working on the original PlayStation home that is dubbed as one of the very, very early proto metaverses. So we took a lot of learnings from that and created it again for the mobile. It has 10 million monthly active users, 1.3 million daily active users. But what's really special is that it's 70% female, Gen Z. So we're talking about amazing amount of young female players, or I guess consumers in this case, right, as well. And they're extremely engaged. So we're talking about tens of millions of virtual transactions per month and billions of chat messages per month. So it's really like a combination of a 3D world and a social network. Figuring this clicker out here. Now, here we go. So whenever we speak about the metaverse, you kind of have to start with the definition of what a metaverse is and what it is for us at Avakin Life. It's about 3D characters in a 3D setting. A lot of that is quite familiar to us from this world, but at the same time, it's like a non-realistic opportunity of fantastical opportunities. Like it's a social place. At the heart of the whole thing is the community, how they play, how they meet, how do they keep their friendships, what kind of stories they create. That's really about it. Like it's a storytelling platform for people to role play, creating their avatars from thousands of items, expressing themselves, communicating with people around the world, and exploring these ever-changing environments and mini games. And for us, it's essential that this place is a safe space. So everybody's welcome to be exactly who they want to be, empowered to be themselves in their true form, whatever that they choose to be. So it's a welcoming place for anybody, but that also means that it should be something that is low barrier to entry when it comes to technology. So we are mobile, and it works with all kinds of mobiles. So it's truly a global environment for all kinds of people to join in. But let's talk about fashion. Jade, would you like to take over here?
Yes, go on. Thanks, Maya. Okay, so I head up an exciting team of fashion designers and character artists at Lockwood Publishing, creating an array of content within our mobile platform, Avakin Life. I believe, and I'm pretty sure, we are the first official fashion team in the games industry, something which I'm extremely proud to be a part of. So I just kind of wanted to go over kind of how we work loosely. Our process begins with the research stage. So we analyse our users' feedback, data metrics on past performances, discuss with the community and gather insights into what our players are desiring. So for ease and speed, most of our work is actually quite traditional. So this is sketches and concepts that then get passed on to our character artists to then sculpt and do their magic wizardry to create for the platform. We do work in Marvelous as well, Marvelous Designer, and we also repurpose the assets within our library with new textures to include in releases. So yeah, definitely trying to work on that space of our designers working in 3D and also in the 2D world as well. We, like many in the physical fashion world, we use trend focus insight platforms for fashion insights, approaching our scheduling of content. We work to a loose seasonality within the game. However, there is no gate surrounding us in a virtual landscape, which is great. We're cross-regional, so we have the freedom to approach a season with fluidity and flexibility. So this is something that, I've spoken a lot of panels recently, and metaverse and new careers, especially within fashion, keeps popping up. So it's definitely a recurring theme. So my team are built up of character artists and traditional fashion designers, like I said. So, however, we also must provide an array of content, meaning we curate concepts and briefs surrounding a multitude of different areas. So these include hair design, makeup, accessories, jewelry, graphics such as profile backgrounds, novelty assets, nails, even props and interiors. We kind of support with the visuals on that and some of the creative direction. We've also supported in curating bundles and have worked with live operations via merchandising, a huge library of existing content for seasonality and events resurfacing. So this really does show the future of games and fashion is crossing over from even just a designer's input. We could be looking at working with fashion stylists, merchandisers, hairstylists, makeup artists. Like I said, the needs are all there for career paths within the metaverse. Would you be able to change slide for me, Maya? Thank you. So themed versus fashion content is something that we always are kind of balancing. So users are really craving for more ways to create individuality and affinity online, now more than ever before. And to achieve this sense of success and desire, opening the doors to virtual brands and designers they admire in real life is one key way to achieve this. Communities are big in the mobile apps world, people engaging daily and hanging out with these biospheres and sharing their experiences. It's a large part of what makes this desirable for them. So that brand recognition of the real world is super important. We have aspirational players who want to experiment and evolve, and we also have players who create self-identification to feel secure and recognisable within their second world. So ultimately, we must create diverse opportunities to inspire all our users, give them desirables and assets that they didn't even know they wanted. So it's a challenge right there. Within a game such as Avakin, the avatar's appearance is purely cosmetic. It has no effect on the gameplay or winning. So this creating vast opportunity for experimentation and encouraging expression through digital clothing. So our theme content very much sits in the more fantastical landscape of Avakin. We have delivered an alternative sci-fi world, and we have other plans of reaching out into the realms of the metaverse, the alternative realities. So this provides a real expressive landscape for future designers and brands, as the richness in the context of a product and the story can be absolutely anything. So providing a landscape and retail environment that is otherworldly and beyond physical abilities. We've seen this with other platforms and ourselves. It's a real drive. Could you change the slide for me? Thank you. So the drive to virtual aspiration. So I spoke last week to an external company and described the feeling of this moment in time that we're in right now with the forward foray into the metaverse as like standing on the edge of a vast and magnificent waterfall, to get artistic there for you all, where we are waiting and planning to take our dive into this new territory. In a now overcrowded arena of virtual play, our users ultimately want the goods that will give, so standing out from the crowd. We have highly engaging users and a large convincing community base. In a world where in-game advertising for brands is now a no-brainer, we also are at the point where virtual outfits are flourishing and becoming intrinsic in value. At the start of any game, from the minute of booting it up, PS1 days, the user is presented with creating and defining their virtual self. This style story continues as they level up and grow through their story narrative in the metaverse and build relationships globally with similar-minded subcultures and peers. They're building their future virtual self. It's really exciting. Could you change slide for me? Thank you. So building desire and authority within the fashion world of what we do, we creating releases and IAPs, that's in-app purchases that have value means concentrating on our personas, so real world fashion brands, celebrity and influence culture, as well as undercurrent online emerging trends evoking nostalgia and aesthetics. That's what we seem to kind of primarily focus on and what kind of ticks a lot of our users' boxes. It's important we build desire and authority through aligning our content fluidly and mindfully to engage our users. I think I've really noticed that alignment's really important to create a whole visual picture. It's really, really key. Luxury content is a big win within Avakin. They love their over-the-top creative styles and flamboyancy of styling a ball gown, for instance, with a set of gold wings with snakes on the ends. Anything, you can imagine it. They just love that flamboyancy. It's really, really, really does define them as, you know, it shows their peacock feathers. So how do we achieve this? So we look at a few key things. So we reflect the real world into virtual landscape, but expand and approach dynamically. We keep informed, you know, like I said, with the trend forecasting, updated on, you know, we've got to keep on the pulse of things, think to the future. We reflect on the past, also looking at what brands really work for us. That's really important. Approach design in a dynamic and playful sense. Don't keep things too serious, because that one killer item could very well be a set of demon eyes, or, as we have in game, a furry set of slippers is a killer piece of content right there. Create ways for users to express their individuality. There's confidence there. Our users are diverse and they are creative. Encourage their experimentation with what you give to them. Prioritize their experience. Players play for enjoyment, design for the surrounding environment or for the event. Balance the availability with rarity. There is strong appetite for exclusivity. Reflect the approach using the streetwear drops approach, gold assets in Avakin that has a rarity tag for us, and it's high priced and it's really valued. And with a huge database of content, think smart to curate limited availability. And we also are thinking of ways of, you know, curate direct to the avatar, which we're seeing a lot of at the moment. You know, starting to look at commodifying existing virtual avatar influencers and uplifting IAPs or selling through their influence. So yeah, that's kind of like me in a nutshell, really. But I could go on forever, but I won't. Maya's got some really, really exciting things, especially The Voice, which is coming up. So yeah, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jade. Okay, I'm gonna kind of tag along on the fashion side, but coming from the marketing perspective. So what does it really mean for brands to engage with the metaverse, and what is the community that is there? And I wanted to just mention about Megan McDowell's perspective that there's two kinds of companies. There's the legacy companies that are kind of tipping their toes in the metaverse and testing it out, and they might have different reasons to enter it. And then there's the digital native fashion brands. We've had a lot of those along today. Really, really exciting opportunities and total amazing exploration of what is happening in the industry right now. So for me as a marketing person, I usually ask a few questions. I ask who and what and why. Why are we doing this? Why do you as a brand want to participate here? So why are you here? Are we talking about a marketing activation? Is this a hype? You just want to be in the buzzword. Is this why you want to be? Is it a visual thing? Is it an actual activation? Is it an advertisement? Are you actually exploring the digital realm? Are you trying to understand the future consumers? So what is the product fit here? do you understand your users? Because we do, and we want to make sure that there's a fit between the product and the users. So who are your consumers? That would be the first question to ask. We reach our Gen Z females. Is this your audience? If so, let's continue talking. Are they 30 to 40-year-old tech-savvy crypto wallet owning NFT guys? We might not be your first choice, but let's talk anyways. I would be interested in what you want to get out of the metaverse. And then what will you actually do with this audience? Do you want to try, do you want them to try on clothes or cosmetics or pose for pictures on their social media channels? Do you want to create a real branded experience where they're exploring? Or are you just data collecting something from your future consumers? Maybe, it's a new t-shirt for the Roblox birthday party. That's great as well. But let's understand the actual need here. That's what I would like to ask first. These are some of our awesome collaborators we've worked with before. For some, it's been just a e-commerce. So basically having a product in the virtual scene that leads into their web shop. So it's just an extended way to sell their actual physical products. For some, it's been engagement activations. For some, it's been actually launching new products direct to avatars. So interesting to try out and explore all these different opportunities. But I'll give you a couple of examples. So this is one of my favorite ones. Botacario is one of the top cosmetics brands in Latam. And this partnership was born from the understanding of each other's target audience and what really matters to our community. So I would like to ask that first. What are we giving to our community that is going to be enjoyable for them? It has to be fun and it should be aligned with their interests. So in this activation, this was actually considered out-of-home activation during COVID times. So all the shops were closed, but they wanted to still reach their audience. So we actually recreated their flagship store in-game, the real one from the real world. So people could walk into the store, try out all kinds of different cosmetics on their avatars. There was a really beautiful living green wall. I don't know, can you say living green wall in the virtual world, but pixel virtual living wall. They could take photos in front of that. There was all kinds of challenges and contests inside the game as well as outside the game on social media channels. This was a 5-week activation inside Avakin Life. The number is just, wow, I don't know. I'm just always blown away with this. So we actually captured brand engagement as in 1.6 million hours with over 2 million unique players, which is pretty neat when it comes to KPIs for out-of-home activation. But I think this is where it really lies at. So at the heart of everything is community. What are we really providing to those players? Is it going to be fun for them? And this is what they created. So they actually took a whole bunch of selfies, 500,000 branded selfies in the environments and different social channels on the competitions we ran. And we saw 800,000 virtual cosmetic items sold. And when you mentioned something about what are the cool things in Avakin, my favorite Botacario item is a pink face mask. It's just really cool. I put a bathrobe on and I put that on my virtual character. I don't know, I kind of like the fuzzy slipper style. But you never know what works in the virtual unless you try it out. So talking about engagement, we did mention entertainment earlier as well. So we also work with musical partners because our community, of course, loves music, all kinds of music. And this is also another thing that is important. Can you still hear me? I think I lost my voice for a bit. So we have different kind of venues and clubs and all kinds of different users in the game. So they can go dancing, they can socialize, they can go to the rock club or to the cybergoth one. We even run an indie music club in a coffee shop environment, so you can go and listen to people with the guitar. And these are real life artists. I'll show you a few examples of that as well. So here we go. Here's one that is really huge. Pride is for life when it comes to Avakin. It's a safe space for everybody. We did this huge Pride month last spring, and this was one of the coolest things. So we had Todd Hall performing in this absolutely beautiful ballroom. And one thing to point out here is that we know Gen Z and they really don't like fear of missing out. They don't like anxiety and stressing. And for us, it's really important to understand that we have a global time zone audience. So we don't do events that are specified by hour. They're available for days. So you can dial in whenever you want to go. Just go with your friends, dress up and enjoy. It's going to be available for at least some days, if not for longer than that. So everybody gets to enjoy and participate. This is the one that I just mentioned. So we actually have an indie music club in the virtual coffee shop. There's up and coming artists performing their latest tracks. They tell more about their music. They actually share stories. There's an audio track that you can listen to when you enter. You can read more about the artist and go and listen to them on Spotify. It's a really intimate setting in the virtual world. In the first weeks, we had 1 million visitors just for a up and coming artist, which is really cool for somebody who hasn't even released an album yet. And we sell digital merchandising as well. So I like the idea that maybe one day you can actually buy that digital merchandising in a physical format through the app as well. That would be very cool. And then last summer, we also have, well, basically this is an annual thing. So we run a summer festival and this ran for the whole month. We had 400 hours of nonstop music from totally different kind of artists, popular in different regions. We worked really closely with the artists. Some of them were actually recreated in the virtual world. They did some social media interviews. We gave out 1 million vouchers for digital collectibles that was directed externally outside the game. And we just ran Ministry of Sound, 30-year anniversary just last week. A lot of really cool musical events that are happening inside the app that just kind of recreate these musical experiences that might not be available currently in the world, or at least you cannot go with your international friends across different time zones usually too. So talking about music, this is my awesome segue into what we are working on right now. So The Voice, this is happening right now in Avakin Life, available for everybody. This is a partnership with us, Sony Music, ITV, where we got the Voice brand, and we also are running a TV advertisement through them, and then TikTok, because there is nothing like user-generated content and community creativity. And that's what I'm going to show to you next. Yeah, you definitely need the music to get the big impact here. So we took the idea of the voice and really decided that where the voice matters, truly, because in the metaverse, we can open up these kind of concepts to the whole world, welcoming it, rather than a TV show where it's only in a country and you actually have to sing to know how to sing, or at least not be shy in order to participate. We thought, let's just collapse all those borders and let's make this welcoming experience for anybody to role play. So you can actually go in there, audition. So you can create your audition video with your avatar, dance like a maniac, or if you are really shy and you don't want to dance, you can just make your avatar do that. Or then what was really exciting is that you can actually go and sit in the coach chair. So this was never available on the TV show, but we can make this a thing. And that's me sitting in the coach chair. Yesterday, I was just having some fun, jumping on the chair and pushing that red button when I saw cool artists going on the stage, because that's also one role that you can do. You can climb on the main stage to perform. There's 10 tracks you can pick, you can have your animations, and we have a direct to TikTok engagement there. So what really makes me excited about this, and you can see I am, it's really about what the metaverse is about. Let's get rid of artificial barriers and understand we have a global citizenship where people can interact with each other in the way and in the role they want to do. If they want to be a spectator or if they want to audition, great, we can give you the tools to do all that. And to pack up this whole thing, we just reached 50 million views on TikTok for this hashtag alone, so pretty exciting. Here is the hashtag page, actually. Let's see if I can get to that. Here we go. And let's actually just finish up here. So when we talk about fashion and entertainment and how to engage people, this is where it all comes to, the community. So the key takeaway for this partnership has been that the creativity of our community has absolutely no limits. Once people are inspired and they're given those tools, they will demonstrate all kinds of crazy expression. They self-express themselves in various ways. They connect with others. They create content that feels really authentic to them on their own terms. They are truly unique themselves, and they can explore their own limits when it comes to self-expression and fashion and singing and dancing. And we see this on TikTok on a daily basis, people singing and dancing and doing pirate costumes. You name it, it's all there. And it's really excellent to see that whatever we give to them, they take it to the next level. That's what I love with the Metaverse. So, thank you so much. Super fun to present to you and be participating.
Wow.
We have been smiling here in the studio, like amazing closing keynote. A lot of energy came through to all the way to Finland, and the numbers are just staggering. What you presented, it's like no wonder that brands want to engage with you. And also we enjoy the Avakin voice of Avakin. Like you have a chance to be a judge. How cool is that? Press the red button. Great work.
I know. That's what I really like with it, that it's really a dream come true even to the voice people, because they never were able to allow this opportunity for their viewers to do, and now they can, everybody's welcome to participate as the celebrity coach.
Maybe a question to you, what about the demographics? What is the typical age group, you know, for example, interested in the voice of Avakin? What kind of users are we talking about?
We're seeing a lot of the, actually, usually we would say that our users are like 70% female, but for the voice, I've seen a lot of male Avakins participating. That doesn't say that the users might be male, because you never know, but there's been some really, really exciting fashionista guys in their leather jackets participating as well. So if that's any cue, I think we have a lot of guys there as well now.
Yeah, brilliant. But I think it's a combination of a format that is really popular. It's already like a proven success formula, but there's also an opportunity to express yourself, and you don't have to actually show yourself because it's a really big barrier, but it has all of the elements, you know, it has gamification, it has entertainment, it has music, it has fashion. So of course, it's kind of like all of the ingredients for success, and it's amazing to see how well you're doing. So, and then again, like Krista said, thanks so much for having such an energetic and inspiring keynote, and I hope it inspires everybody in the audience as well, whether you are a retail brand, of how you're supposed to be doing, you know, marketing, what is up, but then also for other types of creatives, or how to create fashion for these types of things, or maybe develop own concept. Great, thanks so much. We are back from also the virtual pavilion. There are still people hanging around there in the VR showroom. Our showroom is going to be open at least for a week with the same code. So that doesn't mean if you didn't make it to the opening, it's an ongoing VR showroom, sort of like an art exhibition, what we've been trying to say all the time. So whenever you have the time, go back to the instructions, get the code on the website, download it, and go and check it out. And it looks like we only have 2 minutes left for the agenda. Krista and Joe, how are you feeling after day 2? What was the most exciting, or what was the most surprising thing you learned today?
Well, I think it's kind of coming all together. Like the message has been really that community is the key. Metaverse is decentralized. It's for everyone, and it invites everyone to participate in their own creative way. So also avatars is a big thing, and it's a growing thing. How do you build your identity? Also marketing aspect, like how do you bring your brand in the metaverse? What's your strategy? All these kind of things we have discussed today.
Yeah, well, for me, I mean, on top of all of that, the VR pavilion, really, I mean, mind-blowing. And to think that, you know, any virtual showrooms that are out there right now, they really have their work cut out for them, because what was created and what we're able to present at XTHEREAL is really the top of the line of what can be made in alt space VR, but I mean, just in general. So really proud that we were to be a part of that.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah, great.
And we are not even done. We have one day left.
Exactly.
And even the final show. It's going to wait you for tomorrow.
That's right. Exactly. So with these words, thank you very much. Tune in for tomorrow and don't miss the closing ceremony at 5 o'clock with a fashion show. Remember that. Bye.